following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond. Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Happy Sunday, everyone! Hope you all are doing well and are ready to watch today's matches. I am XinaLili, also known as Purple in the Mobile Legends fans here. And this week is week 6, day 2 of the North America Challenger Tournament. Today I am joined by our wonderful casters, the charming Trex and MLSA's coach Deku. How are you guys doing today?
Well, Purple, I'm doing really well today. You know, we had a little bit of a week break. We had some guest casters from overseas come in. I've had the itch to get back on this desk, and I couldn't be happier than ever to cast these games tonight.
That's right, Trex, and the itch is going to be complete. And again, you know, back on the desk, it's nothing like that good homegrown North American casting. We've been waiting patiently to get back on here. It was fun to see those international casters, and now we're bringing it back to the home turf.
Yes, it was fun to watch the international casters, but I'm glad we have our North America casters back in. But before we do, here's a quick run through the tournament format. We have 2 more weeks of the round robin, but by week 8, your top 4 teams will be going to the playoffs, and these games will be streamed online, but our grand final will be held in the flashy Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena. This will be happening on May 14th and streamed live, so be sure to mark your calendars. You won't want to miss it. And for today's matches, Trex, can you go see who we're going against today?
Well, as I always say, we got some bangers tonight. We got Ackerman leading us off in the first game up against Area 77. After that, the undefeated OhioBrothers will be facing off against the number 4 slot currently, and that is the Empire. And then to take us out tonight, we have LaimiTop still looking for a victory here up against BTK.
I'm excited to watch these bangers. But first, let us check out what these teams are fighting for. The total prize pool features $50,000 worth of rewards, which is split into $25,000 in cash and over 900,000 diamonds. The first place winner will be getting $15,000 in cash and 100,000 diamonds. And we cannot forget the main goal here. The NACT champs will be going to the MSC, the Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup, plus big news, our winner will also have a spot in the IESF World Championships 2023 as well. But wow, NA is doing a lot of firsts this season, guys. What do you guys think about all of that?
I mean, it's a huge thing. I feel like 3 weeks ago, we were talking about how exciting it was we were going to MSC, and then out of nowhere, at the end of this season, they're like, hey, guess what, guys? You're going to IESF too. So, I mean, what more can I say? Two global tournaments that NA is going to be involved in now, not to mention end of year M4. So more and more things keep on happening for us.
Absolutely. And I mean, they're going to be packing those bags because like you said, Trex, it's going to be a full summer tour for the winners of NACT. You're going to grand finals for Vegas. You get to take a trip out there for MSC on Cambodia. And then it doesn't stop there. We're adding in IESF now. Again, another twist in what has been an amazing year for NACT.
Yes, big stuff happening for our winners, but we have a special giveaway for our lovely community. For you guys to win like 30 codes on the screen right now when you would get a hidden orchid, butterfly, ruby, a butterfly just like my necklace today, and purple just like my hair. But yes, get those codes in while it's hot right now before it's gone. But be sure during halftime to stay in your seats because we'll have another one just for you guys. But Deku, could you run us through our current standings?
I would love to, Xina. So, as you guys can already see, OhioBrothers is sitting very comfortable in that first place, and following right behind them is BTK, who has had an amazing turnaround in the second leg of the season. We have Ackerman, who unfortunately took a fall from last weekend into third place. Empire, who has had probably one of the greatest developmental growth stages in NACT, sitting at fourth place. And very close to them is Fallout and Area 77. And of course, everyone's favorite team to root for to finally get it done, LaimiTop, sitting in 7.
Yes, we are looking to see where these teams stand by the end of today. But let us jump into what the casters thought and who they thought would win this first match. What do you guys think?
Well, it's another very, very one-sided matchup here. All 6 casters voting for Ackerman. A few of us, though, do seem that that Area 77 can maybe take a game, though. Me and Deku being one of those. And I think Area 77 had some decent games last night. And if they can play like they did last night against TOB, maybe they can do something against Ackerman here.
That's right, and like you said, there is some hope here, right, for A77. Obviously, they've taken some stumbles out here in NACT and haven't really met the bar, right, the expectation that we expect with a name from A77. But like you said, they showed a little sign of life in that second game up against OhioBrothers, no less. Ackerman stumbling a little bit from last weekend. So there's some potential here that's to go either way. So it's going to be an exciting game, match 1.
Yes, I am really looking forward to seeing this match between Ackerman and Area 77. Seeing that Area 77 was doing pretty well, doing the best they can against the OhioBrothers, and I want to see a good match here and see if it could be a 2-1 or so. But
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really important for Area 77 here. Area 77, Fallout, Empire, all literally sitting within 1 game differences of that number 4 slot. And there's only 3 days left. There's tonight, next Saturday, next Sunday, and the regular season is over. So depending on how they do tonight, they need to take at least a game here to stay in contention. They cannot take a sweep. If they take a sweep, Empire needs to get swept later on. But just literally game differences on who is going to make it to the playoffs here in that number 4 slot. So tonight is very, very important for them.
No, I just got word that we're ready to get these matches started, guys. Ackerman versus Area 77 casters. Take it away. Let's get this match started.
All right, Deku, we're back. We're back in the first draft of a night. It's been 2 weeks, but I'm feeling good about it. Ackerman up against Area 77. Now, we both felt like Area 77 could take a game here. Take me through your thoughts on that.
I mean, man, right? So, like we're kind of getting at, it's kind of a toss-up. It's a bit of a 50-50 in my opinion. Obviously, swinging the votes over to Ackerman, just based off kind of how they performed overall through the season. But based off the last we've seen of these teams, A77 is looking to kind of try to right the ship. They're playing a little bit more comfortable. We could see them break out, right? Back in the stride up against Ackerman. And they really need to. Like you were saying, they are in contention for that 4th place spot. And it's going to be a battle. And also, like we were talking about, none of these teams that are battling for the 4th spot, Empire, A77, Fallout, they won't be matching up with each other again for the rest of the season. So all these games matter. What they do is going to impact where their standings go, and not only what they do in these matches, but the other teams are going to be battling for the spot. So A77 honestly needs to have a great series here up against Ackerman.
Yeah, they got to get something. They got to get some wins on the board. They don't have to exactly get a full-on series win, but pull out a game here. I mean, don't get me wrong. As you said, I think it is possible for them to take a series. I definitely think it swings a little bit heavier towards Ackerman, but we've seen Ackerman kind of step up their game a little bit, and we've also seen Ackerman. I mean, we saw Area 77 kind of step up their game a little bit, and then since Ackerman took that loss against BTK, it seems like they haven't been playing their best that we've seen them at, not that top level that we know Ackerman brings. So if Ackerman comes tonight with the same synergy that we've seen them had over the past few weeks, I feel like Area 77 could capitalize on that. The problem with Area 77, I feel like sometimes, is they still like to get a little strange in the draft, right? They still like to pick some different picks, right? Some non-meta, I don't know what you want to call it, but Poggy on the Julian last night. Yes, he almost wins it, but still, it's not what you typically see in the jungle currently. We've seen him play the Export, we've seen him play the Roger. We've seen a lot of different picks coming from the side of Area 77.
And, you know, while there could be a debate, right, you want to stick close to the meta, and maybe more so, especially now, because like we said, these games mean a lot more at this point. Playoffs are right around the corner. 4th place is not secured, so I'd like to see them maybe stick a little closer to what's known to be effective, right? But maybe that off-pocket type of picking might be exactly what they need up against Ackerman. It could throw them off, maybe a wrench in their plans if they pull out something a little different. You know, you talked about the Export and Roger. While they're a little off meta, they did find wins with those 2 picks. So it's not impossible, right, to say A77 can't pull something out of their bag and find some success with it.
They definitely have, and I like so far, looking at some of these bans that have come down, they've taken out the Fanny to focus on Kush here. They've taken out the Valentina, which, as we know, has been, in the beginning of the season, it was probably the most popular picked hero on the blue side up front. And now I think teams are finally like, all right, we don't want to let that through. So instead, Ackerman are going to pick up the Fermis, already showing some sustainability. Area 77 needing to answer back. But I got to say, I just like the way some of the drafts have started to evolutionize over the season, how some of the bans have changed up, how some of these things are starting to be implemented. It's not just the same old thing every single game.
That's right. They have been shaken up a little bit. Like you said, you pointed out the Valentina. It was being let through. Now, another thing was that while it was being let through and being picked up first, at least from when we were up here on the desk, it wasn't doing very well, and then it kind of turned around. But speaking of turnaround, A77 are quick on the response. They're going to lock in the Lolita. A great answer over to the Framus. They're going to lock in that Lancelot, which has been so heavily prioritized in that jungle slot. Tanks-a-Lot has taken off.
Yeah, it is literally, it is the jungler right now, I feel like. It has dethroned Fredrin almost. Some could still debate it, but I feel like it is up there as one of the best objective takers in the game right now. All over the world, it is being used heavily. It is getting banned, it is getting picked up front. That is that. But the Ministar, who you seem to like a lot, I'm kind of still up in the air about it. I'm still a little debatable about it. It just hasn't really showed up yet for me. I know it's getting picked, it's getting banned sometimes, but I just don't know exactly how to feel about it.
And just to add on to that, right? Last night we saw Minotaur go through all 3 games in the Empire Fallout matchup. It was game 1, game 2, game 3, but something that was consistent on the back end was the Diggy. But A77 locked in their roam nice and early, right, to respond to the Faramus. So now there's not going to be a Diggy available for the Minotaur. So I'm expecting to see it pay off a little bit more, especially up against Pogi, when they're locking in that tanks a lot. Should be able to find some success against it. But, time will tell. But I think they have a better shot as opposed to teams that were letting the Diggy still be on the board after you lock in that Mincy.
Most definitely, and now Area 77 picking up the Farza here, and Ackerman decides to go for the Grok. So still looking for a jungler, and Area 77 knows this. They're going to take out the Hayabusa. They're going to focus on Kush even more. I'm almost wondering if they're maybe trying to force Kush into the Karina here. It's been his fallback, especially when some of the more hyperactive damage assassins are gone. It's something that we see him fall back onto a lot. And with Fredrin off the board, Hayabusa, Fanny, I'm wondering if they're going to ban out the Ling here as well. Would be they decide to go for the Wan instead, but still. So there's a couple options open for Kush. Maybe the Ling, maybe the Karina, something of that nature. On the side of Ackerman, do they keep drilling into this gold lane?
That's right, and honestly, that Ling that you're talking about really wouldn't be a bad option. I think it would fit pretty well just because you have a nice dive composition. You already know there's not going to be a counter to the blinking since you have the Mincy on your side, and we've seen the Lance and Ling match up quite a bit. Obviously, though, right now, it's a little harder for Ling just because now Lance is no longer running that damage. It's a tanks a lot, so you're a little off balance there when you're talking about the durability of these assassins. But that Karina, honestly, we could definitely see it. Like you said, he falls back on it heavily, and that would honestly be very strong or a great option for A77, right, if he takes up the Karina. Because with the Numian Blast, that real manipulation, once Kush maybe tries to go for the engage with that Shadow Assault, you're stuck. Like, you're a sitting duck, and that was kind of one of those answers to Karina when she first popped off, was a lot of slows. And seeing things like the Barats be picked up against her. Obviously, we're not going to get that here, but those type of answers really hindered her. And then you have Lance, who's skill-based, right? And Karina immunes a lot of the basic attacks, but that's not what Lance is going to go for. So if they can bait Kush to fall into this Karina, which they are very well on par to do, this can be great for A77.
Yeah, Karina would definitely be very rough. Zia, though, going to pick up the Beatrix. Now, Marcuti on this carry. Kush does end up picking up the Ling, which I like. I think it's a very solid pick here. But I want to talk about Marcuti in this carry. I was worried he was going to pick up the carry here. I feel like it's very close range. I think Ackerman baiting out the Melissa. They want to try to get whatever marksman Area 77 picks to be close, to be very vulnerable to the hooks, very vulnerable to the Shadow Stampedes, and very vulnerable to the Wild Charge and walls coming out. But I will say this. Last night, the chat was chanting Marcuti's name. This man on the carry was on fire against TOB in second game. And you don't get many, listen, chat doesn't chant many people's names other than TOB when TOB is playing. And last night, people were talking about Marcuti. I'm sure there's a Discord open about him at this point because that man was on fire last night. They did end up losing the series, but still, the man had the moves. He was dodging the hooks. He had the Purify in. Steph Weezy was shouting his lungs off. It was definitely intense. So if he can bring some of that type of fire of what he brought last night on carry to this game, there could be a chance here.
That's right. And, you know, again, that was up against OhioBrothers, and now you're going up against Ackerman. So it's definitely fair game here for him to have another sensational gameplay. But something else I'm liking here is that Lapu. I feel like that was a great lock-in from A77 to be able to deal with the Faramus because he has so much AoE damage. You don't really have to worry about CC as well. He's able to burst out and potentially force out that Cold Holter, which would be detrimental, right, to Ackerman for those 5v5 clashes. They're pretty heavy with utility when you have the King's Calling, Cold Altar, Wild Charge. But if you can waste out that Cold Altar, that significantly dampers the team fight effect that's going to come out from Ackerman. Just to kind of rebuttal as well for the carry, I kind of agree with you about that close range threat, but they made a great setup for those fights. You have Eve and Lolita. That's a lot of zoning and space making that you can create for this carry that's going to look for those up close battles. But Trex, enough with that. We are heading into game one right now to start off the matches. We're going to get to see A77 take on Ackerman in one of the must-win type of games for them.
Yeah, so Area 77, the team that a lot of us put at number 3, number 4 on our power rankings, sitting at number 7 right now. For anyone just coming in, don't know a lot about what's going on in the NACT, Area 77 vying for a spot at number 4. Ackerman sitting comfortably in their number 3 spot, but I don't think they're going to take it easy on Area 77, right? They lost that spot to BTK. They're trying to reclaim it before the season ends. So I'm definitely hyped for this game right here.
Absolutely hype, and you can already see, right? The side of A77 are looking to secure things nice and early. Pick up that first litho in the game. This Kush is Dillinger working on the purple buff there, so already having a little bit of control over those first minor type of objectives early on in the game. But right now you can already see as well A77 looking to prio, maybe Marcuti on that character we were talking about. Ooh, a flicker forced out Trex.
Yeah, I mean, that's 120 seconds until that utility comes back. Maybe try to capitalize on that later, focus on KQD in the mid, because it does seem like Lava is trying to help out Mar in the top side. Kush gonna steal away that camp. Little micro decisions in the early start of this game.
That's right. He evens that up because he was just down in EXP, right? Sitting at level 3, but able to ride it, get up level 4, match up with Pogi. Pogi tried to return the favor there. We're seeing some action.
Yeah, a little Kush versus Poggy. Poggy gonna try to back off, but he goes right into 3 members, taken out by that Tempest of Blades. A good first blood going over to Kush.
That's right. Kush taking his camp and a little bit more than that, as we are seeing that first blood. And that's going to be huge, right? A death early in the game for your jungler is so detrimental because now the first turtle spawning in, Kush can end up grabbing that level 5, right, and having that advantage over Pogi. And that's going to be a stronger retribution, and that'll allow Ackerman to go ahead and probably secure that first neutral objective. They already have a nice setup here. You can see the members lined up, already have positioning. Galaxy's pulling the aggro, so they're in some pretty good space here, pretty good contention for this turtle.
Most definitely. Poggy's up in top side. He's not going to come and fight for this. I think at this point, Area 77 just maybe trying to keep vision, maybe trying to delay. Nice Shadow Stampede on a Lava Cutie. Kush going to get a little bit of poke damage there. Kay and Jashi maybe looking for the engage. Jashi does have the Bravest Spider. Going to finally engage Kush. Still taking a big movement on Blast. On to 3 members, but Jash Cutie still goes down. Lava may just be next on the chopping blocks, trying to get away, trying the best he can, but Kush picking up another one, putting him at 2-0-1. All Poggy can do to respond is to at least take that purple buff.
And, you know, a lot of that didn't make sense to me, Trex. I mean, we were talking about them giving vision, which was good, right? Pogi knew that that purple buff was free and available, but they overstayed, right? And they looked to engage. They actually started that fight knowing they were at the disadvantage, and especially with the turtle buff being picked up, getting that additional shield, they were all across the board down in as far as the advantage goes. If they would have just played that back, maybe just retreated, let them get the turtle, and then you let Pogi pick up the purple buff, that's fine. But handing over those kills, that's exactly the worst case scenario there.
Yeah, Area 77 definitely making some weird calls overall. Foggy gonna get pulled in here though. Kush maybe looking for the possible engage. Wild charge does come from Toinks. Foggy with the Phantom Execution trying to get away. Wall comes out, down comes Tempest of Blades. Foggy trying to phase out, maybe puncture away. Luckily, Kush is pushed away as well, so Poggy lives to see another day here. A little bit of a rotation from Mark Cutie coming down, but he doesn't want to try to take this fight. I think Area 77 need to lick the wounds and back off.
Yeah, they definitely need to kind of readjust, right? Maybe slow down the tempo. They're going for things they don't really need to, and they're not even being forced. Ackerman's not putting on pressure and making them get into these team fights. They're putting themselves into these situations. They need to reevaluate here, maybe adjust the call for this objective. You've already kind of fallen behind a bit. They're sitting down at a 1.5K deficit as we're crossing right underneath that 4.5 minute mark. Maybe look to start helping out Marquita a little bit more. Maybe putting the attention towards the gold lane because things in the river aren't really going in their favor.
Yeah, I felt like since early game, we saw Lava Cutie up in the top lane, hanging out with Mark Cutie. We just saw him back up there again. He is starting to rotate down a bit more, but I felt like early on, I feel like Area 77 was going to take things a little slow since that was kind of their focus. But wait a second, Galaxy in a rough spot brings out the King's Calling. Newman on blast, does get stopped. The hook, bring Lava Cutie back onto the tower. He's going to take a couple shots, trying to get away, but it's not going to happen today. Will finally be taken out from Kush as the rest of Area 77 is forced to back off and run away with the tail tucked between their legs.
You know, Trex, I kind of feel like maybe they were trying to open up that EXP lane, right? If they could have found the kill on Galaxy, that would have made the turtle fight so much heavily in their favor, but they used a lot of utility. I think even after you use the real world manipulation, the Numian Blast, even if they find that kill, what do you have left for the turtle but Trex?
Oh, Kush is everywhere right now. He's all seen. He finds another one. Luckily, Poggy does find Toinks on the top side, but it's a little too late. 5-1 on the board. Ackerman leading with about 2,000 gold.
That's right. I mean, it was sitting at 1.5, but now the economy is growing slower and slower into their favor. But again, a lot of this is coming from A77 giving them the economy. They're forcing the fights. They're just throwing bodies at Ackerman, and you shouldn't really be going for that. Shouldn't be that many fights early on, especially when you're not really battling for the objectives. It's not an objective that you really have the chance to go for. There's nothing wrong with playing it slow and just patiently farming, but a fight breaking out here.
Yeah, Toink's taking a little bit of damage. Even though Poggy's taken that death, he has been able to keep up with his farm rate a little bit, right? He's still outputting a little something here. Zia gonna get brought down to half health as well. And now Area 77 kind of grouped up in this top side, still putting a lot of their chips into Mark Cutie, who I might have to say does still have 0 deaths.
He does have 0 deaths, right? But if the team is falling behind this heavy, I mean, we're seeing Kush battle out for the purple buff, and he actually picked that up? No, Pogi was still able to pick that up.
Yeah, Poggy was able to pick it up. Jashi looking for Kush now. Bravest Fighter does come down. Galaxy here as well. In comes Lava Cutie. Nice stun. Newman on blast to land. Get the finish. Kill. Going over to Jashi Cutie. Area 77 trying to put themselves back on the map.
Yeah, and that's something. I mean, at this point, kind of try to take anything they can get, but look at Ackerman. They're having their way with Mark Cutie. You were talking about the early rotations when they weren't having lava there, but now they've kind of stepped away from that. They're starting to read, but hang on.
Oh, Kush is going to be a problem. Kush is going to be a problem. But up the top side, big wall. Everyone crammed against the corner there, but Mark Cutie looking for Toinks here. Toinks forced to run away. Mark Cutie dashing in. Toinks very low. Will go down. Lava Cutie picking up the final hit. Kill going in his pocket. That's 2 members down. Zia fell as well up in that gold lane. Area 77 keeping the deficit to a minimum.
They are keeping it to a minimum. They're able to find some kills here, but Kush still picking up these neutral objectives, staying ahead of Pogi as he should. Has the level advantage. They have the turtle advantage. They picked up all 3 of the turtles, Trex. So A77, while they have found some kills, they haven't found anything a little more significant besides keeping this deficit from getting out of hand.
Yeah, but wait a second. Galaxy in a bad spot, doing on blast, about to come down. He is forced to flicker with the King's Calling. Kush wanted to re-engage this. Nicolette there as well. But it looks like Area 77 has a good defensive measures ready to take. They're going to back off here, and once again, Poggy taking the blue buff. And even though Ackerman is winning this, I still feel like Area 77's hanging in there.
They definitely are, but hang on just a second, Trex. Action not over.
Should be able to get away, but not if Kush comes. Kush does have the Tempest of Blades, does not need to use it just yet. Going to be able to pick up that kill. Toinks looking for Jassy. He's forced to use the Brave Spider just to escape there. Now Poggy knows Kush is here. He's going to puncture through. Another puncture. Roses comes out, and Kush still backs off. The damage from Poggy is kind of in there, I got to say. I'm wondering what his build is right now, because normally we see tanks a lot, but right now Poggy is chipping away at Ackerman.
Definitely is, and I mean, you're talking about damage. Mark Cutie putting on a little bit over the Kush there.
What's going on here?
Damage, ooh, hey, they're forcing out Jash. Trex, a lot of action going on. But Ackerman able to pick up the tower on the top side, and Kush, you know, you're talking about the damage. He's 6-0-1 as we're about to cross the 9-minute mark. So he's having a phenomenal game, and honestly, on an assassin like Ling, who really goes for the scaling, really shouldn't have this much success early on. Kush beating the narrative and kind of taking Ackerman into the lead here as he finds a kill off screen, Trex.
Yeah, not just a kill. He finds one on a Mark Cutie, which is exactly what they needed. K-Cutie using this real manipulation. Poggy looking for a pickup. Punctures onto the tower, looking for Nicolette. Nicolette down to about half health. The Galaxy takes out K in the backside of that team fight. Lava Cutie going to get pulled back, and now we're 77 against the wall.
That's right. Speaking of walls, putting up a nice one there up against Ackerman, and now they have control over this Lord Pit. They picked up all 3 objectives in this game, so right now they have a pretty good stat record of objectives in this game. I'm expecting them to go ahead and easily pick this up. Kush is level 13. Poggy a little behind us. The Retribution is stronger, and he's fighting for his purple buff. Picks it up though, now trying to make his way to the Lord, but he's a little late, Trex.
Ooh, King's Calling comes out. Poggy stuck in the midst of it, will go down. Lava Cutie with the Bulwark Shield, trying to defend against Zia. Kush finding the way from behind, jumps up onto the wall and backs off with a snipe shot. Does not find him. Area 77 trying to defend to the mid side now. Lord has gone to the side of Ackerman, and he will be coming soon.
Speaking of things coming soon, I think a little bit of redemption from Minzathar coming out of the way from Galaxy on the side of Ackerman. You saw the Kings calling, they're doing exactly what they needed to do on Poggy as they were able to find the kills. He went for the Hail Mary Lord contest there up against Kush. And this is what I was kind of talking about. Without that Diggy being out on the field, I think now we're able to see the strength that Mincy can offer to these, you know, high mobility blinking champions. But speaking of blink, things might change in the blink of an eye here.
Yeah, Big Newman on blast. Poggy punctures in once again, but Lava Cutie taking away too much damage. Points with the wild charge, 2 members down. Mark Cutie will be the 3rd. Double kill going over to Zia now. Double kill going over to Kush now. Zia with the Nubir's pass and able to clear waves, and the Lord is still marching down on to that base turret as Ackerman works its way down the mid side. Poggy and K-Cutie trying to defend, but they can't even get involved. They're outnumbered and outplayed.
Fully in, but Poggy doing all he can to hold back the push here, Trex.
I mean, at this point, Ackerman has strong control. Don't know if they're going to force it. As long as Area 77 doesn't make a mistake, Ackerman will back off. They got what they came for.
They got what they came for, but they got a lot more as well. Last time, we talked about the deficit was set about 2K. Well, Trex, things have gotten bad to worse. Now they're down 9K in the matchup against Ackerman. So Area 77 currently triple gap.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage from Zia, but wait a second, a nice stun onto Zia. Luckily, Nicolette pops. That Cult Altar just in time. Toinks is the first fall. Mark Cutie look for something, but shot down from Zia. Lava Cutie on the run, but Zia picks up another one. That is rough. Area 77, wait, Kush, not done just yet. Finch Poise into that Tempest of Blades, looking for more. Area 77 hiding under their base as Ackerman lays down the siege. Nicolette, though, stuck on the wrong side of the wall, able to use the Shadow Stampede to get away. Zia firing off the snipe shots. The damage is up there. Here comes a big one. Does not land. Dasher with the Various Fighter into the backside. Gets stunned onto Galaxy. Galaxy trying to back off. Not enough damage. Jassy going to get hooked back in along with Poggy. But Zia's here as well. Tipping away at this middle inhibitor. Kush also waiting for a moment to strike in. Toinks back on the map. Zia finally backing off as Ackerman clear out these waves.
Speaking of clearing out, let's clear some space here to talk about some of these items coming in. We just saw Kush actually pick up that Sea Halberd on this Lamy. You know what? I think that's great, but speaking of
Lava keeps on forcing it and paying for it. Toinks with another wild charge. Mark Cutie does pop the Speedy Light Wheel, but once again, this is not a fight that you want to take. Area 77 needs to slow things down. You said it once, and I'm going to say it again for you, Deku. They keep on forcing these fights.
Forcing them and really forcing themselves into the position that they're currently in. The deficit is just astonishing. But again, back to the point, though, about that pickup, right? The Sea Hopper, I think that's such an amazing lock-in. We've seen it overseas, right, with this assassin matchup, mainly coming from Hellcurt, right? Locking in that up against Link, up against Fredrin, against those beefier opponents. But now Kush putting it onto Ling up against this tanks a lot, as well as Lava Cutie on Lolita. We're talking about Jash Cutie on this Lapu. I feel like that was a great lock-in for Kush. Speaking of Kush and Nicolette, we've talked about whenever they're online, Ackerman looks amazing. Both of them have a flawless KDA right now, Trex.
Ooh, but Poink's coming in with the big flicker wild charge. Dassie gonna get deleted down here. Doesn't have the immortality. Kush picking up the legendary kill. Human on Blast does come out, but it's only gonna zone them away. They've already taken that that top tower. Now, Ackerman gonna move on to the mid side, take the next one. Lord still coming. Zia gonna dash in, but a big flicker pull coming from Galaxy. Area 77 still on the back foot. Poggy trying to puncture through, but he's gonna get stopped in his tracks after he finds Galaxy. Zia with the triple, looking for the quad. Doesn't have time to do it. The Lord takes down the Nexus, and Ackerman take game one.
You know, Trex, what a statement game from Ackerman. I know we were talking about this, right? Being potential like a 50-50 in between these two teams, but Ackerman saying, hold on, just because we stumbled a little bit doesn't mean we're not still who we are, because they put on a clinic up against A77, and I'm not gonna lie, Trex, if we're gonna this is what we're gonna expect to load from Ackerman. This might be a quick series here up against A77.
Yeah, I feel like Area 77, the plan that everybody was on was not matching where everybody was on at the map. You know, they sacrificed their mid by putting Lava up in the top side in the first laning phase, but Poggy acted very aggressive against Kush. Everyone else was acting aggressive when the way that they were lined up in more of that 1-2-2 fashion wasn't meant to be as aggressive as they were bringing. And then once Kush was able to snowball there, the man was like 5-0 in the first 5 minutes. It was just downhill from there.
He definitely got online super fast, but again, like we were talking about, a lot of that cam is kind of a charity case from A77, forcing so many fights from their team, and we saw them getting punished every single time. But speaking of fights, a couple memories here, like I was kind of pointing out from Ackerman, kind of excelling in those fights that you kind of noted out as well. Kush and Nicolette both finishing with a flawless KDA, and that's kind of that duo, that 1-2 punch, that tandem, if you will, that we're talking about whenever they're able to keep those KDAs low, especially Nicolette, who has been a shining example on the KDA leaderboard, 2-0, 14, 8-0, and 9. I mean, what can you really do up against Ackerman when those two essential pieces of their composition are playing out of their mind? Because A77 really had no answers. You saw them try to match the aggression that Kush brought out early from Poggy, and the moment that went to the wayside when he got caught out in that first blood, it kind of was just a trickle effect. Every time they saw Ackerman do something, they tried to respond as well with a little bit of aggression, but not able to execute, and every time it fell short, more kills landed into the hands of Ackerman.
Yeah, something I want to point out here as well, Lava Cutie on the sandbag, taking so much damage, and when that gold lead got so high, Lava Cutie, I think one of those last ones, he's going to check Bush, and every time he goes to face check a Bush, Toinks face checks him back with a wild charge, and it's worth at that point. When they have that much of a lead, they can use that utility for one pick, because it puts them at such a huge advantage of an advantage that they already had. Now, taking a look at this last replay, Deku, I mean, it's just kind of the last moments. Area 77 not able to do anything about this.
Not able to do anything at all. I mean, we saw that Numian Blast kind of whiff as well, and that was the thing from the side of A77. It seemed the same story, coming up short in a lot of things, whether it was the engage, but that flicker hook right from the mid-star, that was such a great play from a Galaxy to kind of open up that, not only open up the opportunity to find those kills, but close out the match up against A77 as Zia picked up the triple. And we were maybe hoping for him to get the Maniac, but the win is a little bit better in that case.
Now we're going to be jumping into the second draft. Will this be Area 77 taking another loss, or will they change something up here? You know, last time, like you said, they showed a lot of their cards immediately. They picked up that Lolita. They showed that there wasn't going to be any kind of counter to the Minosaur, and Ackerman was just kind of able to have their way with the draft. I think this time, Area 77, leave a couple more flexible picks up front. Leave yourself some opportunity to pivot throughout the draft. That way, if something like the Minosaur shows up, if something pops up randomly, you're not just stuck. You know, you have some possibilities to change things around.
That's right. And, while it wasn't a bad idea, right, to go to counter out the Faramis, like you said, locking in that roam prevented them to bring out something like that Diggy that we saw up against the Mid-Star pick in all games from last night. They could have went for something. They could have moved the Lapu up. If you're going to go for the Lapu, you can move it up first. Lapu doesn't have too many losing lanes. It's a very consistent pick. It does well up against that Faramis. And then you could have, kind of saved off your roam. I really think on the roam, especially since they were on the red side, so they get to get that last pick in the draft. It's really the counter side, in my opinion, because you get to force the blue side into a lot of blind picks. They have to kind of hope that you don't find the answer to their draft. So when you kind of rush things, especially in that roam slot, it makes the game tougher. And we saw that Midstar really shine as opposed to last night once the freedom was there and once the cards were shown, like you said, from the roam. But, Trex, while these first couple bans are still being loaded in, something to talk about here, we kind of came into this talking about the contention for that 4th place spot. And what A77 kind of needed this series, at least for a game, maybe a sweep, maybe a little further breakdown on kind of how this could go if they find this one match or if they get swept here.
Yeah, I mean, if they get swept here, they're pretty much crossing their fingers that Empire or Fallout are also going to get swept, right? Empire and Area 77 both sitting at 11 games right now. Fallout has played their 12th game. They only have one more game to play. But like I said, essentially all of them are neck and neck. If Area 77 gets swept here, they're, it's like, I could break down all the math right now, but I don't want to talk about it, but they're just about out of contention for playoffs. It is a hope and a prayer at that point. There are still possibilities, but if they can get a win here, at least against Ackerman, then they stay in the realm of possibilities. And as we said before, they're not going to face against Fallout or Empire, right? It's pretty much all at the whims of how these teams do against other teams, which makes it even harder because it means you have no say-so in this really at all. Like, you can't go up against Empire tomorrow and be like, all right, we're going to beat you here and we're going to take your spot. No, you're just hoping that Empire plays really bad and then whoever Empire goes against is playing really well, things of that nature. So lots up in the air for Area 77. One thing I can say is that if they don't take this game, it's looking very rough for them.
Indeed, but I do have to say, starting out in the draft is looking at least a little better than last game. You get the R-Lot, right? And he's been extremely strong. Obviously, though, and especially from my point of view, it's kind of been hit or miss. It depends really on the mastery, right, of the players. Sometimes R-Lot looks amazing, right, in some of these players' hands, but sometimes it gives a little less than we're expecting. He doesn't look like that high priority pick, but we have to admit it is a very strong thing. And speaking of strong, we're getting to see that battle in that mid lane because Ackerman picking up that E is going to be responded to from A77 with the Farsa. So it's going to be a nice artillery mid lane matchup here.
Yeah, and I like that Lancelot ban from Ackerman too, showing some respect to Poggy. I think he did play well on it. He had some miscalculations, I would say, in the beginning, but even out of the deficit through that mid phase, he was still able to pick up some kills, make some moves. But again, I think it's just some of his calculations are a little off, especially when he's playing from behind. Now, the R-Lot, that's actually a hero that has started to earn my respect a lot. Yes, there are some players that don't exactly always run it, but I was very iffy about it when it first came out, and now I'm like, oh, it's Prio, man. It's pick or ban. Kind of like, I think the Ministar is starting to earn that, but I feel like R-Lot, he's a monster. You make plays happen with the R-Lot. So, yeah, he's definitely there. And in the hands of Area 77, it could be a winning decision here. Zia going to pick up the carry, and again, easy catch. If the R-Lot can catch him with the side swipe, catch him with the ultimate, the final swipe, there are some possibilities there for the side of Area 77.
And you're talking about swipe here, and I'm loving that Ackerman has put this Hayabusa into Kush's hand. Aptly named Kushabusa, dubbed by our very own private dancer, seeing him make that fancy shadow work on the Haya. And I have to say, Farsas do not have a great track record up against Kush's Hayabusa. So I'm very excited to see this locked in, and especially because you're talking about the Lance ban. I think it really swung only because A77 opted in for that Midstar ban, so they weren't going to have that Anshna Pogi, who still played pretty okay, even from behind, but it's hard to play from behind, and it's such a direct counter. But with it being gone, that opens up Kush on this Hayabusa here. So this is going to be a great game, I feel like, for Ackerman to go ahead and open up. So I'm already liking their first half of the draft.
I feel like both teams answering back and forth to each other here. I like the R lot. I like the carry. I like the but then the Farza gets picked up to kind of deal with the carry, right? There's not a lot of range from the carry. Carry gets too close, gets caught by a bad feathered airstrike, and boom, deleted. But then Kush is like, all right, well, I got the Hayabusa to now deal with your Farza, and Area 77 now, once again, kind of stuck into a composition that's a bit more front to back here, and Kush can capitalize on that, right? They're not going to be super grouped up. Area 77, you have this Claude who's going to be dancing around, moving around a lot. You have a Farza who wants to kind of stay far back away from the team, the people that are diving in. And if Kush can find those angles and get to those heroes that are soloed alone, that's the answer.
That's right, and you're talking about those angles. We already got the back lines locked in from both of these teams, so now we're going to see what's going to be picked up in that roam slot, right? For both of these in the front line to stop those type of things from happening. You're going to have to find something pretty reliable and solid up against this Hayabusa. But, you know, something that's on the board here, still free for the pickup for A77 that I wouldn't mind seeing, is something like the Kaja. I feel like Kaja would be a pretty decent answer here, maybe the Franco as well. Both of them have the suppression, right, to deal with the Eve or to stop Kush, who will probably be the problem child from Ackerman. So those are two good options there to go ahead and deal with that if they want to go ahead and lock it in. It pairs up nice with the Farsa as well. They're both hard single target CC. That's a welcome invite to the Feather Airstrike. So there's a couple things they could go ahead and lock in here to kind of deal with not only Kush, but also Nicolette on the Eve here. So I would expect to see maybe one of those two picks from the side of A77.
Yeah, Kaja. I mean, I think the Kaja or the Franco is super solid for Area 77. Probably the Kaja instead. Kufra is still open if they really want to go to that, but I feel like the Kaja with Franco is a much better answer. They decide to go for the Franco, but this does mean that Kaja is still open for Ackerman as well. So it's kind of a hard guess there. They do. Hold on, is that going to be a jungle?
We're going to see Esme Jungle.
Esme Jungle.
It is
all right, it's foggy. It's Area 77. We saw Zane play this early on in the season, and actually, I'm pretty sure get a win with it. I think we've seen it. I think we've seen the jungle Esme like one other time, and it lost. I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Alex.
Oh, there goes the Kaja.
And there goes the Kaja. So I like it. It's different. But how do you think it's going to face up?
Well, I mean, I have to say, right? So you have the Esmeralda. I think it's good just for the fact that, at least in the jungle matchup, you don't really have to be that concerned about Kush picking you apart, right? Because she's so durable, especially as the game scales on. And then since you're in the jungle, a lot of people like to pick the Esmeralda for the Eve. And then the XP, it's a little more isolated. You don't really get that interaction until later on, maybe an early turtle fight. But not really much until those 5v5 breaks out. But since you're in the jungle, you have a lot more time to interact with the E, which means you have a lot more time to play with that counter ability to leech off some of those shields. So I feel like it could be strong. But again, with you having the Esmeralda, and with the Retribution, you don't really have any escape, right? You don't have a Purify, a Flicker, a Sprint. So let's say if this carry is able to get onto you, right, or Kaja able to lock you down, you're going to be in some trouble. But Trex, we're heading into game 2.
Yeah, this is going to be game 2. Match point for Ackerman going up against Area 77. Will Area 77 go home right here, or can they bring us to a game 3? Now, you mentioned the Kaja, the Esmeralda. I think we're going to see a big. It's going to really come down to who pops the suppression first, and are they going to try to stop the suppression, right? Are both of these, is the Bloody Hunt going to come in and then Kaja rips the Franco off? I think we could see a lot of engages like that happening throughout this game.
Absolutely. I mean, both of the teams are very geared to that pick-off style that you're kind of getting at, right? With that Iron Hook into the Bloody Hunt, or when you're talking about a Flicker with that Divine Judgment from Toinks on this Kaja. So both teams are going to be heavily relying on those type of engagements. But I do have to say, something else Ackerman kind of has in their favor, and we can't sleep on it, is the set potential from Galaxy on this Terizla. We've seen it put in some work, especially with the adjustments that they've made to that Flicker. You can go for that penalty zone, combo it in with the Flicker, and be able to make an extended set. And again, we're talking about Pogi on this Esmeralda. You don't have Purify, you don't have Flicker. Let's say you're going for that contest, you get caught out in that. It's going to be a tough neutral secure when you're getting leached in from those penalty chains, and you know that's where that lockdown happens. You can get bursted from Zia, you can get pulled in from Toinks. Speaking of pull, though,
yeah, there's a nice pull on to Nicolette there. Going to be able to do a little bit of poke damage. Lava Cutie taking damage from Toinks as well, though. Boggy with Fallen Star Moon does not connect on to Kush. Shadow Kill comes in, and First Blood going over to the side of Ackerman. Kush able to put another one into his pocket.
Tried another one in his pockets, just like last game, starting it off right with a First Blood. So that's going to be 2 of those for Kush over here from the side of Ackerman, and that's a good sign. If it's anything like last game, that means he's set up to have a pretty streaky killing spree here up against A77. Again, they might want to take this slow. They have a very scaling composition. You have the Claude, the Farsa, and the Esmeralda. Things you really have no choice but to play it slow. You've leaned in for that scaling lineup. You really don't want to go for those early fights, especially up against Kush on this Hayabusa.
Yeah, I think just don't like you just said, don't even contest for that turtle, which they didn't. I feel like just play extremely defensive in this laning phase, especially now that Kush has the kill. Yes, they have the Franco, they can look for picks, but they don't have a damaged jungler to capitalize on those plays. I think if they can just defend their off lanes, make sure that Lava, make sure that Mar farm up, there are some opportunities here.
That's right, definitely some opportunities. And speaking about opportunities, Area 77 needs to make sure they capitalize on the wise ones. You know, I feel like maybe they learned from last game. You talked about they didn't contest the turtle. Last game, they gave up the first blood and still contested. But hang on, in the bot side, Trex.
Oh, Galaxy taken down there. Poggy able to pick up the kill. Very important for the side of Area 77. Kush trying to get vision. Cutie does have the Bloody Hunt, able to suppress. Kush gonna go down. Lava Cutie picking up the kill. That's a big one for Area 77 there.
And there goes that suppression trick that we were talking about. Whether it was going to be the Franco, whether it was going to be the Kaja, it's a great answer. Able to lock him down, and we see it there. The pairing that I was talking about, you get that Bloody Hunt, you lock down the airstrike with Kush literally in the face of this Lava Cutie on Farsa, still able to find the kill with that 1-2 punch combination.
Literally a millisecond away from hitting that shadow kill. You know, like right there in the face of Lava Cutie, still goes down, but now K Cutie's got Ackerman in their face, so Poggy's here to help out. Fallen Star Moon comes on and points. Kush dashes in, takes out K Cutie. Poggy finds one for himself though. It's a roamer for a roamer trade. Area 77 still looking all right though.
You know, I have to say, Kush picking up his second kill, but at least it hasn't been on any prime targets. K Cutie has been the target, or at least the final conclusion to a lot of Kush's engagements. He's the only one that has handed kills over to Kush. And I have to say, if the roamer is dying, but we're keeping a Lava Cutie alive on the Sparsa, right? Pogi alive on the jungle, I feel like that's still a pretty good game. Obviously, you'd rather not give kills to someone so experienced in the Haya, such as Kush, but you got to take some to win some. They're still in the match, and they're still in the lead here, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, and Poggy also picks up his second kill. Looks like we are going to be having a pause real fast. So, game one, Area 77 gets steamrolled. Game two, Area 77, not exactly steamrolling, but still holding a lead right now of about 800 gold, having a little more map control. Poggy having a much better game than last time. And like you said, with a composition like theirs that scales, this is exactly where they want to be at 4.5 minutes in.
I mean, this is a far exceeding where they should be, right? At the 4.5 minute mark, they're actually ahead and not really playing down to a snowball, right? Which is what you kind of want to avoid. But not only are they avoiding the snowball, but they've actually created a lead. Speaking of a lead.
Ooh, another kill. Toinks falls. And we said we don't, I mean, a roamer's a roamer, but I feel like a support roamer, someone that needs some tanky items, someone that needs to start getting that sustain in, like, it's a good pick because he has to get face first. And there's another hook though. Galaxy does bring in the penalty zone, but Poggy still picks up the turtle. Kush able to find Lava Cutie in the backside though. Mark Cutie with the Blazing Duet, looking for Zia, looking for Galaxy, doesn't find either, but in comes Jassy, dashes through, looking for another pickoff. Galaxy able to escape with his life. Kush gonna get hooked back in. K Cutie now in a bad spot. Kush gonna shadow back. Able to find K Cutie. Toinks looking for another one, being aggressive, but Poggy is here to help out. Toinks tries to dash away. Poggy wants to chase him down. Does have the Fallen Star Moon. Lands on a Toinks. Brings him low. Not able to get the finish. Zia here with the Speedy Light Wheel. Able to do a little bit of damage onto Poggy, but he's getting very bulky and harder to kill.
You're saying bulky, but you know what, Trex? It's looking like Poggy's actually going for something a little different. On the screen there, we saw him pick up the Feather of Heaven on this jungle Esmeralda, so a little bit differing from what you normally see on the Esmeralda, but then again, this is a different position. He's in the jungle.
And Jashy's in a different position as well, taking a lot of damage. Kush under the tower, shadow kill, takes him out along with the tower. Lava Cutie a little too late to the party, not able to help out there. Area 77 going to clear this mid wave though, and maybe try to make something up for it.
To make something up for it indeed, and you know, we really got to talk about it here. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from A77. Now, I would have preferred that they didn't kind of give up those kills they gave up in that last turtle there, but they're still keeping this game relatively close and keeping themselves in the lead here. And we're looking at Pogi as well. We kind of hinted out the build. You see the Feather of the Heaven on the screen now. Now he's opted in for that anti-caress, but I'm wondering if maybe he's only going to stick with defensive components, maybe add in more damage, or will he now switch over and we're just going to see a bit of a hybrid mix here from Pogi's Esmeralda. He's sitting 2-0, so whatever he's doing is currently working, but hang on, it can still play in top.
Oh, double suppression comes in. Nice lockdown onto Zia. KQD able to pick up the kill. Mark QD helps out. Poggy, though, trying to move on to Galaxy. Another kill. Killing spree for Poggy. That's 2 members taken off across the map, all for the price of lava. Area 77 still holding a little bit of an advantage. Gold lead only at 1,000, but still, the opportunities are here. Doinks walking right into Jashi. Nice hook. Doinks in a bad spot. Won't be able to get away. Jashi picking up another kill as Poggy going to work in and take that mid-tier 3 tower.
You know what, Trex? You've said it before, and I think it's time to reiterate it. We don't care about your win rate. What is your hook rate?
Hook rate
right now is having an amazing rate, and it's doing wonders for the side of A77, clearly winning the suppression battle as well up against Toinks on this Kaja, who just picked up the fleeting time right now, Trex.
I mean, it looks good right now, so I mean, that means even more for Toinks, but still, he's very squishy, and we're starting to see it happen. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike. KQD brought down to about half health. Galaxy as well. Final strike comes in. Jashi looking for something, not able to find it. Nicolette does find KQD. Galaxy very low. Foggy looking for something. Mark QD with the Blazing Duet, not able to connect. Dashes in. BMI looking for the kill. Able to find it on to Galaxy. Finally getting that last hit. So we trade 1-for-1. Turtle does go over to Ackerman, though. It's a bloodbath. Gold still very close. Zia with the speedy light wheel. Looking for Jashi. Can the outplay happen? No, Poggy comes in the nick of time with that falling Star Moon. Kush finds Mark Cutie, though, on the top side. It's back and forth. Back and forth, Deku.
That's right. You called it a bloodbath, and right now, Pogi and Kush are covered in some red stains right now. They both are accounting for about half. Kush exactly half of the kills. Pogi a little less than that, 4 out of those 9, but both of them are getting the job done. And this is honestly not the jungle matchup we expected to see. But speaking of a matchup,
oh, you said it. You said it. Whenever you see a Farza pick and that Hayabusa comes in,
that's right.
It's problems. It is problems, and Lava Cutie is having problems right now.
Yeah, Kush is definitely the wild child, right? The X factor up against Area 77. But what more do you expect from Kush Hayabusa? This is what we have been accustomed to seeing now from Kush. No matter how the game's going, one thing you can always bank on is the Hayabusa from him, and Kush is going to try to keep the team in contention.
Zia, though, gonna go down. Doinks might be the next one. Mark Cutie comes in with Blazing Duet, able to pick up the kill. BMI's over, looking for that final hit. Under the tower, gets it with the double kill. Now Poggy gonna move on to Nicolette here. K-Cutie, shadow kill comes out. K-Cutie very low. Nicolette able to find the kill. Poggy, though, very bulky in the midst of 3 members, able to just survive, brought down to half health. Luckily, the Feathered Airstrike comes in time. Galaxy almost taken out, and Poggy able to get away as well.
Escaping near on the brink of death. We saw that penalty zone kick in, kind of what we were talking about. You don't really have any utility to escape, but he had Falling Star Moon in his back pocket to be able to escape that, and that allowed him to narrowly get away. And then, you know, obviously you're doing a little bit of shield there. So Pogi going to keep that flawless KDA 4-0-3. And Trex, I don't know if we really expected to see this kind of performance. We know Pogi has played it before. We've seen it picked up, like you said, from Zane. But right now, he's holding the torch, and he's holding it well and lighting the way for A77 with this Lord currently up for grabs for either team.
Mark Cutie also just picked up that Wind of Nature, which is going to be crucial, right? So that's no longer a Kush. That's no longer a target for Kush, but one target that's still there is Lava Cutie. Another one going to go down. Galaxy going to get hooked in. Mark Cutie should be able to pick that up in the bot side. Galaxy will just get away. No, he does not. K going to pick that one up. Kush, though, gets knocked up by the Lord. Foggy moving on to Kush. Kush wants to keep it up. Able to quad shadow away. Mark Cutie and Zia 1v1. Can Mark Cutie get away from this? Does not have that Blazing Duet. He goes down. Zia gets his revenge. And now the Lord is up for grabs for the side of Ackerman. It is a 4 versus 3. Ooh, Foggy wants to keep it going. Finds Toinks. Kush may just be next. He's able to get away, though, and re-engage with the godlike kill. Feathered Airstrike won't find him today. Kush, 8-1-6. This is why you don't give the man Hayabusa.
That's right. And you know, Trex, they're still down just slightly, right? But actually, no, they've evened it up now. But even though they were behind, one thing, again, that we have to note, Nicolette 4-0-6, Kush 8-1-6, and when those two are having a good game, it cannot be stated enough. Ackerman is in still great condition if those two are online. Right? They're proven that they're here to play, and they're not going to fall to the games from A77, even with K Cutie with the impressive hook rate.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, when Kush is on these heroes, it happens so fast, it's hard to call it. I thought he disappeared because he died. No, he quad shadows out with 1 HP, is able to escape. I'm like, wait, what? How did he just get a godlike kill? What happened there? The man is a monster. I mean, Ackerman has some rough games here and there, but like you said, Nicolette, Kush, if they can keep a good KDA, they're going to carry their team to victory. And now that they're already 7-7, they had it. Wait a second, Galaxy going to come in, plus the pull. Jashi able to just get away, forcing out the flicker, plus the feathered airstrike. It's a good trade of utilities for both teams.
That's right, a lot to use, but Kush
coming in for Mar.
Oh.
He doesn't. Oh, he does finally use it in the last second. I thought he didn't have it left. I thought he didn't have the Wind of Nature for a second there.
And you know, this really only lets me know how fed Kush is because he ulted through not only Mar there, but Lava and the minions, and still almost took down Mar Cutie. And the only reason we still can say his name without saying RIP before is because of that Wind of Nature.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Literally like 2 or 3 minions plus a hero, and still could have killed him right there. Now Kush is going to move on to this bottom final turret, trying to get the finish. KQ to uses the conceal, looking for it, even wastes the flicker, but Kush outplays, quad shadows out once again. The man's got fast fingers. And now comes the conceal from the side of Ackerman. Big 4-man knockup. Marcuti's the first to drop. Points finds him. Next will be Jashi Zia with the killing spree. Kush and the legendary. They're in. They're savage. They're ready. And that is it. It's a 5-man wipe in a matter of seconds. They got 1 Canyon minion, and they want to end it here. Ackerman with the 2-0, sending Area 77 home. Sorry tonight.
You know, Trex, this is sad for a couple reasons, because not only did A77 take the sweep, but we were talking about it heading into the second game at that draft. This is extremely dangerous. This is basically shutting out not only the series, but maybe even their chances to secure that 4th place spot to head on to playoffs. This might be a short journey for A77 here.
And what a fall it has been, right? And we see those moments of greatness in Area 77. And I think, you know, they had a weird season. They played great, they played bad, and like I said, we see those moments of greatness, but then we see moments like that where they just, snapped out of existence. They had such a great start at that game, but they closed out a little rough, and Ackerman hangs on and finds those plays to take game 2.
You know, it's extremely rough too, because I really feel like Pogi, K Cutie, they were having a phenomenal game, right? Especially early on. But again, Nicolette and Kush, when they're not shut down, man, you haven't done too much damage to Ackerman. They're still able to play. They were behind in the majority of that game, but something turns on the demon, and Kush, with that angelic presence from Nicolette, man, just what can you do, right? They just keep Ackerman in the game. But Galaxy came up huge, and that was another thing we're talking about. We were talking about the suppression battle between both of these teams, and I pointed out there, right, that they had one more trick in their sleeve, and there it is, the set potential from this Terizla. We saw the penalty zone with the flicker combination, and that was all she wrote. The moment it connected, the fate was sealed for A77, not only for the series, but potentially their run for the playoffs here. And it was crazy because right before that happened, we actually saw Galaxy pick up those dire hit. He picked up some roam boots there. And I was going to comment on that, but before the dire hit damage kicked on, he created a dire situation for A77 that we just saw unfold in 4K there, Trex.
Listen, Kush and Nicolette, that's all we got to say, right? Rich guy Kush, the carry Nicolette, these two players right here, we've known them for a while. Nicolette especially, Zia too, and Zia's had his time to shine. He went to M3, but this year, Nicolette and Kush are the dynamic duo, man. These two are just shredding things up, and when they are in synergy, they make things happen.
And it looks pretty. I mean, And speaking of pretty, I mean, we're looking at the replay here. This is from over there from game one. We saw them, right, being able to put on that pressure onto A77. In that game, they forced them into a lot of uncomfortable situations, and we saw how that went. And then even in this match, right, the second game, when we saw Ackerman get comfortable, we saw how that went for A77. So it seemed no matter what, right, it was just Ackerman, just overwhelming presence from an overwhelming force. And like you said, you know, of course, there are more members on that team, and we saw them make some great plays, but Kush and Nicolette, man, you have to be able to shut them down. But speaking of shut down, we're going to go ahead and turn it on over to Z.
Wow, what amazing gameplay, and congrats to Ackerman on taking the win. Kush and Nicolette 1-2 punch duo during the first game, taking no deaths and running the map with aggression. And in the second game, bringing that same great team synergy, and what a wonderful teamwork from Ackerman the whole time. But our MVP goes to the elusive Kushabusa. What do you guys think?
The elusive Kush. I actually like that right there. The elusive Kush. The elusive.
So slippery, you couldn't even get his name out.
Yeah,
I couldn't. Sometimes I can't either. It's definitely hard. You'd be like, this is how fast he is. But no, Kush was definitely a monster in those two games. I think he probably, what did he take, like 2 deaths and a handful of deaths out of all 2 games, and a lot of kills. And as you said in game 1, Deku, he's on Ling, who isn't even like early game, and was just finding those moments and became an end game Ling in a matter of like 5 minutes.
That's right, and that's really about as much time as it took for us to kind of see where this was going, because once it turned on, it never turned off, and that's the fear factor up against Ackerman. Once Kush gets rolling, once Nicolette gets rolling, once the rest of the team gets involved, and you're seeing those playmaking sets come out from the XP lane as well for those neutrals, forget about it, man. Just murder she wrote at that point.
Yes, they had great synergy. And speaking of synergy, the Ohio Brothers versus Empires next. The same great synergy from the Ohio Brothers. But be sure to come back and see what these teams have up their sleeves. So we're going to a quick break and see you in a bit.
got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Welcome back, everyone. We've got the Ohio Brothers versus Empire going at it. Up next, let's see if Empire could take a game from the unstoppable Ohio Brothers. But in the meantime, let's see how our caster's prediction competition is doing.
Listen, I know what you guys are going to see on this prediction desk. But the thing is even though I voted for TOB here, I don't want to just see them take a game. I would love to see Empire take a win here, Deku. I don't know. I mean, TOB is just like an unstoppable force. No matter what, they got a playoffs. Everyone's voting for TOB. I'm sure the chat is voting for TOB. But who doesn't like a good upset?
Definitely, but I mean, if you're going to bet your rent money on it, they definitely got to put it over there onto Ohio's side. But I'm right there with you. I would love to see Empire get a game, and a win would be a crazy storyline, right? To move into the final weekend of NACT. Is the odds of it happening high? Absolutely not, because Ohio is of course undefeated. But I'll take a game win at least from the side of Empire.
Yeah, game win is definitely extremely important, right? And I mean, a game win is, I put that we're going to get a game win. And as we were talking, I think before this a little bit, we were talking about how important it is for Empire to try to get a game here and there to just solidify their number 4 spot overall. I think right now,
break that down
really
for us, Trex.
Sorry?
Take us on a little bit of a journey there on how that's going. Because we just saw A77 get swept, so it's a little bit of a wrench in the fold here for 4th place.
I mean, it was really important. It was really important for Area 77 to try to get something there. They didn't. Empire, on the other hand, now they're sitting comfy. They're hanging out. I mean, even if they lose this, as long as they win something else down the line, they're just chilling. All they have to do is hope that Fallout and Area 77 don't like sweep their next 2 games, and as long as Empire can just kind of win a game here and there, even if it's not against TOB tonight, if it's in their next 2 series later on down in next week, they are in there. They're sitting good for playoffs at this point.
They're being chillin', as they like to say. They're being chillin'. And that's exactly right. Now they just maybe get a game here up against Ohio, maybe get a game next weekend and take a series win, and they're pretty much a shoo-in is what I'm taking from that.
This is exciting.
Xina, what do you think?
Huh? What am I thinking?
What do you?
What do I think? I mean,
how are you digesting?
I'm
who
digesting
do you vote
it
for?
all. What do you mean for 4th place having it?
4th place?
No, for this game.
Who would you like to see?
Who would I like
Spicy.
to see?
This game,
I
4th
mean,
place, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Just blab.
Give 'em
I
both.
don't even know what I want to say on this, but I'm hoping for a battle. I'm hoping like Empire at least takes like one of the matches, make it a battle for the Ohio Brothers to stop them a bit, to stop their what is it called?
Their reign of
snowballing. Yeah, their reign of terror, like running through.
Okay, well that's that. Okay, so what do you feel about maybe for the 4th place spot? Would you like to see Empire, Fallout, or A77? If you had the pick, at least the choice to say in that.
Wait, sorry, what did you say again?
If you had
you
to
like
pick
to see-
any team for the number 4 spot, if it was Area 77, Fallout, or Empire, who do you want to see there?
I do want to see.
Come on, first team in your head.
The Empire. I do want to have them hold on to that 4th spot, but it would be fun to see them like struggle a bit and like have worry about the other teams. So.
All right, Xina, we're gonna put you on big spot right now. Big,
Oh, goodness.
on blast in front of all the viewers. Who's your favorite team?
Don't
in
even.
NACT?
Let me just.
Who's your favorite team?
Let me.
No.
throw that back at you.
Who's your favorite team? Who's your favorite team? I'll say mine after.
Okay. You put me on spot.
We're interviewing
Well,
Xina.
I mean,
You know what? The fans want to know. They love you. Who's your favorite team?
I kind of want to see Ackerman going to the grand final. So.
Okay.
Ooh.
My favorite
Possible.
team is LaimiTop
Really.
and Wajin.
In our hearts of hearts,
Hey, look at
LaimiTop
what
has
you
the
did.
soft spot.
Lies. You just won't put it out there. Put me on this spot. You see this? You see these guys over here?
I'm a man who
Yeah.
knows how to talk, man. I'm a man who knows how to talk. What can I say?
You got me.
Hey, the crowd values Purple's input. Ah!
Purple
Ah.
input.
Ah.
Oh my God.
But I'm there with Xina. I would definitely love to see Empire fourth, to get a fourth place spot for a couple reasons. We kind of talked about it, right? They were one of those teams that were rated low, right? Heading into regular season, they were kind of either above or below, right? For LaimiTop, and I feel like a lot of us thought the same thing. But here they are, sitting comfortably, as you put it, for a potential fourth place spot to go into playoffs, and that's a great story for one of the new teams, right? NACT. What kind of development could you hope for? Not only doing well in regular season, at least holding up, but potentially getting that playoff spot, man. That's a Cinderella story, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, Empire was like the team, literally. We know the players, we know Reckless, we know some of these guys, we know Alex, we've seen them compete in past NACTs, but normally it's always been like one of the players that have been part of maybe a top 8 team or something of that nature. But now all these kind of like the players that have been tossed to the side have come together. They make this team the Empire, and I will literally call it on myself. I'm the guy who, like, when I did my power rankings video, I put them at like number 6, I think I put them at number 6. Below Fallout, below Area 77, and they have made me eat my words, and I'm happy for it. They're like the underdog. They are the dark horse of the tournament, and every team needs one, and right now Empire have proved all of us wrong. And I think if they can keep proving that, there are definitely some big possibilities for them, not only in this NACT, but future NACTs down the line.
I'm really looking forward to see all of that, for all these teams to actually improve. But anyways, I am getting word that the match is ready, guys. So casters, take it away.
Taking it away, jumping into the draft. Draft 1, second series, round 12. The TheOhioBrothers up against Empire.
Oh,
that's it.
Ran out of gas there. That's it. That's all you had in the tank. Hey, that's good. That was a pretty nice intro there. But here we are, Trex, back at another draft phase. And boy, it's exciting for a couple reasons, right? We can see Empire potentially take a game. Obviously, most people are expecting the good old sweep in the brush pan combination coming out from Ohio. But Empire has a great opportunity here to be one of those teams that maybe join that exclusive group, right? That take a match off TheOhioBrothers, and maybe, hopefully, in a convincing way. Because if you take a match off Ohio, even if you lose the series, that's a statement to be made in itself, to take a game off these, reigning big dogs on the standings.
Most definitely. Now, we wasted a lot of our talking points as we led up to here. So what I want to talk about is TheOhioBrothers just banned Freya out.
Yeah.
That's a Freya, right? All right, so maybe they know something we don't know. Empire keeping it simple, taking out the Fanny now. Last week or the week before as well, we saw Demon do great. We have our eyes on him as possible up and coming rookie over here in NA. I'm wondering if he can keep that up, right? Is he going to be a pivotal member? And what a better way to test your skill than up against Hoon in the mid lane, right? Are you going to be able to outplay Hoon here? Because that would definitely be clean. You like what I did there?
There, Trex. I like what you did there. We can't talk about it too much, but it was slick. That was sly, man. But yeah, speaking of outplay there, last time actually we saw these two teams match up. Demon actually had a bit of a highlight moment, right, up against Hoon. I believe he was on the Valentina, and Hoon had the Farce, and he kind of dipped and dashed his way through those feather airstrikes and actually ended up taking the kill onto Hoon. So Demon has shown moments of standing his ground, right? He's not really a pushover in the mid lane, and I'd argue for the side of Empire, he's been one of the strong pieces in that lineup. Like, Demon has been a very central figure for this composition, and I guess it goes hand in hand, central and mid lane, but he's definitely been a rising star nonetheless for the mid lane category. And that's in a bunch of a lot of high rollers, because we were actually kind of going off that list, right? We had people, Demon, Hoon, Nicolette, one of your favorites, Yato. So it's a very star-studded pool when you're talking about mid laners out here in NA, and Demon's kind of fighting for his position to be one of those names in the talks.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta. I feel like in NA especially, you really gotta prove your worth. You gotta take those risks sometimes for the big plays, and that's how you get the people to notice you, right? That's how you do it. And if Empire gets a win tonight, if they can get a win against TOB tonight, they'll do something that no other team has really done fairly, I would say, right? Like, no one's really done it in a real sense of the matter.
Hot take.
I feel like. Hot take. Empire can they defy all the odds here, right? And I think Demon is going to be a critical thing in that, along with Alex. Now, Alex is jungle, right? Alex is jungle for Empire. We haven't seen too much from him. We have seen him, he likes the Martis sometimes. He's also switching it up. I feel like he's, I don't think he's really like found an exact place of style he wants to go with, to whereas best player, we know he loves the assassin roles, but he's also very, very strong in the tank. If he wants to pick up the Fredrin or something of the nature, he has that ability. I think Alex needs to hone himself down a little bit. He's gotten a little crazy. He's picked up some off-meta picks in the past. In their last match against OhioBrothers, he played the YSS. So I think this time he needs to keep it a little more simple. Empire are finding that groove, and if they can stick to that, there is some hope for them here.
And again, in turn of those, off-meta picks, they played Granger last night, right, to close out their series up against Fallout, but they got the win with it when they kind of spaced out to that. So, it seems that they're able to, potentially get it done on both sides. But speaking of sides in the blue, right, over here from the side of the OhioBrothers, they're going to opt in for that Valentina first pick. And we talked about that in the first series, how it's kind of been banned out from both of these teams now recently, but it's going to be let through for Ohio and go right into the hands of whom?
Yeah, this is a bad pick to give to Hoon. Like, it's like I literally think like Hoon is probably the best Valentina. Like Hoon's already a top mage in NA, but probably, I mean, I could argue one of the best Valentina players in the world, man. This guy is a monster on it, and I've said it before. I think the reason why is just because he's played so many roles in his past of video game history that whatever ult he takes, he's always making big plays with it. I like that they pick up the Kaja here instead of, and they don't put a Grok because Hoon is a monster with the wild charge in the Valentina, but still a lot of possibilities here. They pick up the Kaja and they pick up the Farza, which I do like because you're protecting your Farza at this point. But does best player like pick up the Ling here? Does he pick up the Hayabusa here to immediately shut down Demon?
And, I like the Kaja pick, more so for the combination, kind of how we seen with the Franco and the Farsa a little bit up against Ackerman, that they kind of pulled out. It has the same effect. The Divine Judgment, the Bloody Hunt, has the same setup potential for the Feather Airstrike, but it also still scary because you're offering a Divine Judgment over to the side of Ohio, and that also, you could even say, might even limit you, right? Because we know best player really has the mastery to probably still take an assassin in this game, even though it looks like maybe they're going for the Fredrin there, but now Valentina, right? Who can pick that up? It's flexing, yeah, and we've seen it be flexed a lot recently, especially after the nerfs a lot into the XP. But that also means, like, maybe if they wanted to have Alex try out an assassin tonight, that's maybe off the table there if Hoon gets his hand on the Kaja ultimate.
It's very true. I mean, so the Kaja's kind of, it's a double-edged sword here, right? I think it protects the Fanny if best player decides to pick up an assassin, but also we're giving something over to Hoon, which no matter what, at this point, I think everyone's just accepted the fact of, like, they got a Valentina, we're going to give them some stuff. That's life. We got to learn how to deal with it. One thing I like about the OhioBrothers, since they've had, since Yureshi, this whole Yureshi effect here, their drafts have become a lot more flexible, and I feel like that was something I called out a lot of NA teams for in the beginning of this year, is like lack of flexibility in the start of draft, and the OhioBrothers have really adapted, and having Yureshi in, they pick up this Fredrin early, which honestly, I don't know where it's going to go. It is definitely possible for best player to pick it up. It is definitely possible for Yureshi to use it in the XP lane. He has a great hero pool. He's picked up all kinds of stuff in the XP lane, and right now this leaves the OhioBrothers so open going into this second phase, and it puts Empire in a stage of, what do we want to ban here? At this point, I was going to say it, just go into the roam, because if you mess up trying to ban out best player, or you mess up trying to ban out EXP lane, then it's a huge whiff on your part.
I mean, they kind of have to at this point, right, to ban out some of those roams, because they've already locked in or shown their hand for the Kaja potentially, unless maybe it gets flexed as well. We've seen that happen, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to go ahead and stay in that roam position. So definitely a good part to probably key in on, but I have to say, though, right, it's hard to kind of gauge what you want to ban out of the room, because you're going up against Shark, right? And he's pretty phenomenal. He's another one of those players. Honestly, all of Ohio is you could argue that it's banning out the pools or trying to key in is all guesswork, really, at the end of the day, because now that the Kaja's been locked in, they can really go for any set tank they want to. If they want to try to match it up, we could see Shark lock in Franco. Right, we saw that matchup happen, and Shark is a phenomenal Franco player. He can look to answer right back with that up against Empire. So that's something else on the table.
Yeah, so that's like, do we use our last ban for that? Do we take out the Franco? I think it could actually be a solid ban here. That way there is no suppression for the side of the Ohio brothers, and it also gives Alex a little more freedom in what he wants to pick here for his jungle role. They
There
did
it
ban out the
goes.
Franco. Good call. So now if Alex does decide, like, all right, maybe I want to pick up an assassin, maybe I want to do something a little bit different, he has some of that freedom and a lot less worry. The Ohio brothers, though, do they ban out another marksman here? They've already taken out the Melissa. Do they take out the Wan, the Carry, something like that?
You know, I think they'd probably be pretty okay. You have a Beatrix in your gold lane, right? So unless you're maybe worried about the interactions of the 5v5s, I think you're pretty okay. Beatrix doesn't have too many like horrible matchups. She's pretty versatile, pretty consistent. And they go ahead and ban out the Martis, and Trex, we're kind of talking about that, right? Empire kind of leans in really heavy over to the Martis pick, so maybe you're looking to make Alex uncomfortable over in the jungle. We know Coach Wade's really been running the drafts for the team, and you know, you're talking about the play style and how much they shift up the picks. I think they've been trying a lot of things, but of course Martis has been a really heavy fallback option. They know what they're going to get from it. They know what to expect. It's very consistent for them. So I think Ohio taking that off the board now forces them, right, to kind of go into that experiment field. They don't really have a choice to fall back on Martis. You have to make whatever you pick up now for Alex that's probably going to be outside of the box work. And speaking of out of the box, Trex, you were talking about banning out gold laners. Alice can still be picked up. This is still a composition that they had put Alice in before. There goes the Granger too last night.
There goes.
There goes
Right, so
Alex
do they?
on it.
Do they do the same thing they did last night and put something bulkier in
It was
the gold
Alice.
lane and not go? Yeah, so
was
pick up the Alice. It's
This is
definitely
the
possible
exact
to go
lineup
for
they had.
classic pockets. Is it the exact lineup so far? So
Yeah,
just go for
the
that classic
Granger,
pocket
everything.
strat. And you mentioned the Martis. Alex played amazing on it against BTK. He was like the first person to get a Maniac, I think, in season against BTK as well, which is a huge statement. So, I mean, Empire, if they do decide to go for that, and let's just say they win, you know, like, it's another team, it's another thing, and what I'm loving to see is kind of bringing in some of these pocket strats, bringing in some different things, and still doing well with it. But here we go. We have the R-Lot locked in, which means Yureshi is going to get that. It means best player is going to be on the Fredrin. Shark on the Grok. So the Ohio brothers is going straight dive, straight meta. You have basic on this Beatrix, who's going to possibly use a sniper, but overall I think very just pocket heavy as well coming in, whereas Empire kind of front to back here. We have the Yuzong who's going to dive in. We have the Kaja. We have the Farza with Demon in the backside. Same thing with Alex. I think it's going to definitely be interesting how these two things are going to match up.
Absolutely. You're talking about matchups. I'm very excited to see what they're going to put in the gold lane. I really don't think we're going to see that traditional marksman. Whenever they really kind of stray away from maybe the Martis, or even when they did have the Martis, we've still seen them often lock in the Alice in the gold lane. But something else to kind of note out here is that with this composition they're going for, they're always going to look for the snowball, and they're going to lock into Mincetar.
So Mincetar gold or Mincetar EXP?
Honestly, I'm at a loss for words there. That was summed up my answer. I don't even know. Coach Way, hey, throwing curveballs, and this might be what they need though, Trex, up against a team like Ohio. Something maybe they weren't expecting or looking for, but something else that's kind of crazy. It's going to be some brawling going on here. Both of these teams have a brawl. It is. They're looking for the snowball.
I think it's going to be Mincetar, EXP, Mikasa, and gold lane.
Yeah, typically that's where Mikasa would go gold lane. So
it's going to be
Yuzong
Yuzong gold up against the Beatrix. I think I might like the Minotaur against the Beatrix maybe a bit more, but I don't know. We'll see. With that though, if gold lane, if Yuzong gets a bit of an advantage, Shark is going to have to go up and help. But we will see how exactly this goes down, because we are jumping into game one in a best of three. The undefeated Ohio brothers up against the dark horse, the Empire.
And you know what? Now that we're staring at the start of this game, Trex, I still want to go a little bit back, more into it, right? Especially for that gold lane matchup potentially. You know, we're going to have that YZ versus Beatrix, and I'm honestly a fan of it. I know maybe you're feeling maybe with the Mincetar, but when I'm thinking about what they're probably going to look for, which is probably the gold lane ganks and those advantages, maybe for a tower dive, I'd rather have that Black Dragon form at level 4 than a King's Calling at level 4 if we're going to look to find a kill onto basic, because, I mean, the turret dive is a lot cleaner, a lot smoother with the YZ. So I think maybe that's what they're going to go for, right? Opting in for the gold lane rotation, and then you have a reliable form of engage and something to even tank the turret shots, because, little known fact, YZ going for those turret dives with the Black Dragon, once he lands, it resets the turret aggro. So it'll go ahead and shift, so it's already a clean way to shift the damage without having to step out of the turret range.
Over in the mid side, we do see the Ohio brothers getting a little aggressive though. Jordan goes down, you're actually picking up the first blood. Best player looking for the second. Appraisal's Wrath does not connect, and they do take that purple buff though. It's going to be a bad start for Alex on the side of the Empire.
And that's definitely the start you want to see. Dying that early in the match, especially in a 1v1 situation, is truly just unacceptable at this level of play. You cannot give up those kind of solo kills during the laning phase, you know, right at the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, well, and I feel like I'm still wondering exactly how we want to use this Ministar, and whether you like it or not, whether he's a good or bad hero, the Arlott has definitely been dominating the EXP lane, and you have to be careful about that matchup. And now that Jordan's fallen a little bit behind, he has to be even more careful about that matchup.
Definitely have to be careful, but hang on, a matchup going on in this mid-river.
Yeah, Reckless getting chased down, does get Taunt. Appraisal's Wrath to get the finish. Best player picking up a kill there. Gonna move on into Alex's jungle, and this is where TOB is just gonna get even more aggressive. Hoon picking up the Feathered Airstrike. Alex needs to watch out for that. He's not even level 4 yet.
That's right, and speaking of level 4, they have been unlocked here. Oh.
This is bad. This is bad, Deku.
It's getting out of hand, Trex.
It's getting very out of hand. This is gonna. I got a feeling this is gonna become a very steep hill, and Empire's just gonna be rolling down.
Yeah, they really have fallen behind quick. This is definitely not what you want to see. They're already down about 2k gold Trex, and we're just about to cross into the 3 minute mark. This is probably a worst case scenario for Empire, giving this type of lead up to a team such as Ohio. Look at it now, squeezing the jungle.
2 level differences between the junglers. Level difference between Shark the Roamer and Alex as well. It's bad. It's very bad. I mean, even the damage from Shark already, we're seeing it on to Alex, taking him down about 20% with just that first skill, which I know Grok does damage, but still, that's intense at this point.
That's right. And, you know, so I feel like one of the glaring issues that they may have had here, right, is a lane priority, and not just that, but some of that early game damage. Grok and Valentina far exceed what COD can do. Ooh, hang on.
Ooh, luckily they get a kill though. Shark does go down. Jordan picking it up. A nice hook, bringing him in. Reckless able to get the Divine Judgment off. So Empire finding something, but still at a big deficit of 2,000.
That's right. So able to find something on the board there. But again, right, a lot of pressure onto Alex in this jungle just because of the way the lane. Wow.
That's gross. Ow.
At Trex over a kill a minute here on the side of Ohio right now. This is bad.
Very bad. You're actually going to start making plays happen. He's going to move on to Jordan now. Jordan forces to use a flicker. Reckless still sitting at level 4. 4 levels behind best player. Now 3 levels behind best player. Alex in the same exact spot. This is best player's jungle now at this point. The taunt comes in. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Best player able to take the orange once again and get away safely. Alex trying to dash through, get some shots off. You're actually finally going down. Jordan looking for the pick onto Shark, but he does have that passive proc, so he's not going to get pulled in. Terrify comes in. Hoon trying to dash, but will go down. This is part of the plan. Empire lures him in, finds 2 kills, trying to even out the playing field. Shark might be the next to fall. Will be able to get away, but now Empire back in the game a little bit.
It took a lot for them to go for that fight, but look at Basic now. They're getting those free hits on that gold tower, man. That's what he loves to do. He loves to play for the towers. He's not going to rotate too much and worry about those team fights, no matter what the marksman is. He knows the name of the game, man, and it's finding those towers, shutting down these lanes, and then rotating later. That's when he worries about going for those type of things, but he's going to knock down that lane first and foremost before anything.
Yeah, and does go down though. Demon picking up the kill. And I was just about to say, when you have a mid like Shark, Hoon, and best player, you can do that as the gold laner, right? When you have a team like when you have Shark and Hoon being so aggressive in the mid side, invading jungle, Empire doesn't have time to go down to the gold lane. Finally, they do find a little bit of time. They're able to take out Basic. Now they're going to actually take a tower here as well, which is huge for the Empire.
You know, it's funny you say that, right? Didn't have time to go to the golden lane right early, but I feel like that's exactly what maybe you could have been doing. I feel like it's a lost cause, right? To try to help or maybe even fight over those objectives, especially with the level gap going on. And again, they just don't have the lane prio up against Shark and Hoon. They're going to be late to the rotate. They're going to be,
Oh,
speaking of rotate, oh my.
snipe to the face. Down goes Mikasa. Hoon gets the pull. Reckless and Demon trying to come in as well. Wall comes out. Nice pull onto best player. Pulled under the tower. The airstrike comes down, and Demon picks up the kill, putting him at 2, 0, and 3. The only hope right now.
Absolutely, but while the kills are even, the goal is not. Ohio's still up 1,000 in basic again, staying locked in on these towers. We saw Mikasa rotating over to the mid, and we saw how that went for him, but basic is going to stay in the lane and be able to find that tower. He's 0-1, but he's already starting to make his mark felt on the map, playing exactly how we expect him to do, and that's macro heavy here.
I don't know, though. Even with that rough laning phase, I feel like Empire, they take the first tower. Yes, they end up losing another tower. The top one's looking a little low, but they're hanging on. They got back into the groove. They turned that 2K deficit into 1K. They evened out the kills. And even map control doesn't seem to be falling away from them completely. They're starting to group up a bit more, and they're starting to actually fight back in these team fights.
Are starting to fight back, but I am concerned, and here comes another engage.
Oh,
wow.
Big knock up on a 2. Feathered Airstrike does come down, though. Reckless will be the first to fall. Jordan trying to get away with his life. Gets a little bit of sustain. Pulls best player under the tower. Destinata and the killing spree over to Demon. Empire strikes back once again.
You know what? I'll take that. That's a roam for a jungle. It's going to be a very nice response from the side of Empire. And like you said, still a bit of a shaky start, but doing what they can. But hang on here. Engage.
Yeah, Mikasa wants Hoon. Able to proc the passive. Get a little bit of life back. Get some knocks onto Shark, but really just opening the map up for his team here. Gonna let Reckless back in. Gonna walk right into Yureshi, though. Yureshi gonna get the dive, the push. Looking for the kill. Able to get the finish. Nice shot. Basic brings out the sniper. Does not connect, but Yureshi picks up another one.
Yeah, you know, honestly, that just goes back to Yureshi and his unorthodox way of playing the R-Lat. Nothing sweet and cuddly about him. He's playing the high and dry with the Petrify, and we saw him pick up that Heptases earlier on in the match. He really likes to go for this damage R-Lot, where opposed to most, they go immediately into the tank phase and with that tenacity tank emblem, but Yureshi is a XP laner currently NACT in a league of his own right now, but it can still play here, Trex from Empire.
Yeah, kind of a wasted conceal play at that, honestly. They're going to try to look for some placement over this Lord with best player, pulling it over to his side. And this gives them such, especially with Yureshi in this tri-bush right there, it gives them such a nice position. Basic has a snipe out, they're just ready. They want someone to come in, just misses Mikasa. Alex waiting for a possible moment. Best player finds the Lord though. Yureshi into the backside, down goes Alex. That is a bad start. Hoon drops Feathered Airstrike. Best player going to move on to Jordan next. Jordan just trying to get away. TheOhioBrothers calling. Has a good start, brought down to about half health. Terrified comes in, and in comes best player, finding the kill. It's 3 members down. Demon and Reckless, the only one to survive.
And you know, he survives, but how much longer can Empire hang on in this matchup against Ohio? They're down 5K gold now, Trex, and oh, it's 9-minute mark, and that was insane.
I don't know what Yureshi was doing there.
I don't know either.
He's, I mean, I'll give it to him, whatever. He's 4-2. It's whatever. He's vibing.
Yeah, he's vibing. He's just having a good time at this point. Yuresi's he's having a ball, and so are the rest of Ohio right now, man. They have secured a nice gold lead. Spoon lays in the chip damage for the side, and they have the Lord coming in the top side on Shark.
Oh, and Reckless wastes another conceal play there. He tries to get the grab onto Shark. Lord, he's going to be marched down. Shark doesn't have the wild charge, you're right, so he's not able to make a big play happen, and the OhioBrothers know it. Minions also not in the greatest positioning, so they don't get too much out of this. As long as the Empire can defend this tier 2 tower, they could do something here. They're going to work away on the minions. Nice snipe shot on Mikasa, bringing him down to about 70%. Hoon does have the Divine Judgment, looking for a strike as well, but Empire aren't going to fall into it as the OhioBrothers take another tower on the boss side.
And that's kind of been the story here. They've been kind of taking what they want in this match. They try to put on a little pressure to Shark, but of course he's a roam, so it's not going to do too much for them. Now they kind of have to figure out how they're going to make this game work. And Trex, something I wanted to talk about earlier is that one of the glaring issues, right, from the side of Empire, of course, the composition from Orthodox, it's fun, it's cool, it's freaky, it's fresh, and it's new, but they're lacking some things, and one of those is some very solid and consistent engagement. When you're looking at the side of Ohio, right, they have Yureshi on the R line. A huge final slash from any time period in this match could easily set a team up. Best player, it's a simple pop-up and energy eruption, and you have a whole team taunted, a wild charge from Shark. We actually seen them combo that in the bush, right? Best player found the taunt, the two-man taunt, and then a wild charge with the flicker, right, on top of that. Those are the type of engages Ohio can go for. Empire, it's pretty much Reckless finds the grab or nothing. Maybe Jordan gets a nice little hook, but both of them are kind of the same type of engagement. It's only single target, and it may or may not lead to a successful pickoff. And if it doesn't find the pickoff, now you're talking about taking a 5v5 one with a team like Ohio that has at least 4 different ways to engage on you. And that's not counting Hoon picking up Reckless with a Divine Judgment or even a Black Dragon, right? So the opportunities that Ohio can create for themselves are almost endless, and Empire is pretty much one-tracked, and all Ohio has to do is kind of avoid that scenario, and it's pretty much free for them.
Yeah. Another thing to point out, you pointed out Yureshi on this assassin emblem, and I think it's such a good play when, especially with best player being on a on a tanky jungle like this. Reckless looking for Yureshi though. They're looking for the pick-off. Yureshi is able to get away though, but the Lord still goes inside the Ohio brothers. He's gonna dash through. He's 1v5, but he finally goes down. Demon is gonna pick it up. Look at the cutoff. Here comes the clutch. In comes the wild charge. The Ohio brothers are waiting for you. Nibiru's passing to pick up the kill. Mikasa trying to defend, but it's not enough. He gets knocked up and taken out. A double kill going over to basic. Demon on the run from the Shark. He smells the blood. He wants to get the finish. Demon in a bad spot. Doesn't have the wings by wings. He's pinned up against the tower. And that's it. Shut down. Mega kill. Basic gonna pick that up. Alex now just trying to defend with all he can. Pops Destinata, but the Lord is here. He's marching, and he's gonna take down this tower. Alex brought down and deleted. Big kill. 2 members left. Nothing but Jordan and Reckless, but the Ohio brothers are on the tower. Shark gonna get the wild charge and Terrify, and Reckless goes down next. All they got to do is lock onto the tower, but they want to have a little bit of fun here. They move around the side. Jordan deleted again. Down goes the next one. It's a 5-man wipe and another double kill for Basic. KDA's up. They're going to finish this out. The Ohio brothers are taking game 1.
You know, Trex, welcome to Ohio, I guess. That's what just happened. They gave them a nice Midwest thrashing there up against Empire. Things seem to look okay at draft, and then as soon as we loaded in, the difference was exposed, right? Clearly a masterclass gameplay coming out from Ohio. I mean, boy, you're talking about getting the ball rolling and never stopping the momentum. Ohio just showed you how to snowball and keep it going all the way to that crystal base.
Yeah, not only did the Empire get outclassed, but they got outplayed. The Ohio brothers, the Ohio brothers, well, to really do their thing here. I don't know. I don't know if the Empire draft was. I like the trying it, but and even then, you don't go for the gold laner, right? You go for this double fighter off lane. Okay. But then you also have the Granger, and I get that it worked last night, but I don't think it's something you should come in like planned with. I think it should be like kind of a fallback, kind of something like, all right, we're gonna run this. I don't know if it was worth it, giving Yureshi that, giving the Yureshi the R-Lock, giving up the Fredrin, giving up the Valentina. It was just too much. Maybe if you had some of those things banned out and you knew their composition wasn't just like pure meta, then you go for something off meta, but I don't know, I wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, and neither was Ohio. They were not feeling that at all, and they made it clear, right? Showing them that maybe get your draft in order, get things tightened up here at the draft phase. And this was a phenomenal moment here, Trex. We saw them finding or trying to make that engage right onto Yureshi, and it took so much for them. And then the collapse, right? The plays that you get from Ohio, normally that's a pick off and you're back to base and it's all okay, but no, they concealed across the map, made sure to cut them off, and honestly, just a stomp from there. It was GG's. The Lord's walking down uncontested. You got Shark memeing around, basically doing a little fun. Yeah, he knows it was over, right? He was a hostage at that point, and they could just get rid of him at any time at their will, and that's exactly what happened. And they go ahead and leisurely stroll to the end there, the victory screen.
Yeah, Hoon playing a great game. I really, I know Yureshi didn't have the greatest KDA overall, and he's not in any of these. He wasn't the carry, wasn't the rich guy, but I think he was definitely a star in that game right there. Even picking up the rapid boots, going for definitely a more unorthodox build with that, the Hunter Strike, the Malefic Roar, pure damage, pure speed, getting the rapid boots plus the Hunter Strike passive, so he's moving around. And like I said, best player on the tanky jungle. What do? We need an assassin. So who's going to play the assassin role? We got Yureshi on one of the most slippery heroes right now in the current meta, the R-Lot. And the way he even played it, he wasn't like the main engager. He's sticking around in side bushes. He's waiting for Demon. He's waiting for some of the squishiers to show their face. And then he comes into the back line and just causes mayhem.
He caused mayhem from the moment the game started. I believe he caught the first blood right around the XP, right around that minute mark. And he went from Yureshi to you wrecked me in a matter of seconds there in the XP matchup. And that's just something like we were talking about you can't allow to happen. But forget allowing that to happen. You can't allow the R-Lot to go over to Yureshi because, like I said earlier on, I haven't been the biggest fan of R-Lot. Only a couple players I feel like can really get it done, and Yureshi is certainly one of them. So maybe some adjustments need to be made from the side of Empire there in the draft.
Yeah, they got to think about something. And it's like, what lane? I almost feel like their gold lane, they don't play horribly against basic, so maybe the real focus should be Yureshi. Maybe try to give Reckless a little bit of a better EXP lane experience here, right? Something that they can do to deal with Yureshi, because if you just let him farm, it's a huge issue as well. So there's just so many things because then you still have Hoon, you still have Basic, you still have Best Player. There's so many different angles that they have to come at this, and they need to find the strategy. And who is going to find the strategy right now, right? Like, how do you deal with TOB right now?
I mean, honestly, if I had the answer, if they had the answers, they wouldn't be in the position that they're in. But speaking of positions that they're in, we're in a position here to head into the second draft in this series here, Trex. And this could be potentially another sweep added to the long list of sweeps of Ohio Brothers. But maybe Empire could go ahead and give us just a little bit of grace here and take a match off of them in this game too.
I'm really guessing that something happened. Something happened with this Freya here. I don't know what Alex did to TOB in a ranked game or something, but something happened with this. Maybe it was Mikasa. I don't know who it is. Whoever violated the Ohio Brothers with this Freya, there was a problem because they are still first banning it in second position. They know something we don't. Empire, he's going to be on the blue side this time, right? I think they need to go for some of those meta picks, especially with this Freya being banned. Now there's going to be a few more things open. Knowing the Ohio Brothers, though, they're going to leave even more open for themselves to respond with those two picks.
100%, right? 100%. I mean, that's already going to be the case. They used the ban on Freya, so something is sliding through the cracks, whether they Empire wanted to or not. Just to clarify, I mean, that Freya pick is definitely targeted towards Mikasa. That is Mikasa, the one that is known for the Freya, right? Some would call the one-trick Freya from before. So that's a little target. And we know they banned out some of the comforts. They've taken the Freya from him. They took out the Martis from Alex there and immediately got forced into what you deem should be the backup plan. It became the main plan in game one just off that single ban there. So I would say some pretty good bans from them. Some might question the Freya, but it clearly threw them off their pivot there. And in the XP, Mikasa, or not in the XP, but in the gold, having pretty much a hard time there in the game, really fulfilling his role with the YZ. So I'll take that as a good read from the side of Ohio.
Yeah, so, I've said it in the beginning. I've said it for a lot of teams going against TOB. Last time I said focus Yureshi. I think that's still a good thing, but they still need to, what they did last game is they stuck, they had two people down in the gold lane, right? And I think that's like the last thing you want to do when you have Hoon and Best Player that you're up against, right? Like, you need to make sure that Shark isn't in your face, because once that mid lane got cracked open, once Best Player knew I can come in and bully Alex in the jungle, it's all over. And I think that's probably definitely step one to beating the Ohio Brothers, amongst another big staircase, right? We have to find a way to stop Hoon and Shark. And then once they're no longer violating our jungle, we can then move on to the off lanes and try to deal with Yureshi or Basic. Choose one. This time Empire will pick up the Valentina first, so we have a nice wave clear, right? We have someone that can maybe deal with the laning phase against Hoon, hopefully. So there's step one.
Yeah, hopefully I can hold some of that territory in the jungle. Trex is it caught me off guard. It made me laugh a little bit when you said, you know, it was all over. Because all I could think about was in that moment when best player jumped over that orange buff and he was like in a 1v2, 1v3 situation, and you're like, this is his jungle now. And I was just like, my swamp. It is all over now from best player. Because honestly, once he started taking the territory in the jungle, it really was over for the side of Empire. They didn't really have the response to be able to deal with. And like you said, now they have some decent wave clear, and I felt like that was one of the options we kind of pointed out is they didn't have the wave clear to match up against a Grok and a Valentina when you have the Kaja and the Farsa in your composition. So that's, like you said, step one. There's a lot more steps to take, okay, to get the win, but this is in the right direction here.
Yeah, and now they need to pick. I think they just need to assume this Frederin's going to go to best player. Maybe pick up their Martis now. Maybe even the Akai or something. I know it's not super meta, but something that can at least try to out-objectify best player on this Fredrin. Something that can push the Fredrin away. Something that can deal with it. Something that's not going to get bullied in the jungle when best player decides to come in. And you just have to call, you have to assume it at this point. Because yes, it might get flexed over and maybe best player runs into something else. And there's the Martis, so I like it, right? Alex locking that in immediately. We know he does well on it. And it does have some ability. And now even the Kaja to help even more in some of these objectives and possibly catch someone out. So this time, they've got a bit of a better mid-core here to kind of defend against the onslaught of Hoon, Shark, and best player. Now it just comes down to dealing with Yureshi and Basic.
That's right. And, you know, I agree. I do like the Martis and Fredrin. I'm not the biggest fan of the Kaja. I feel like this is perfect. This is perfect. Trex, we had a bit of a conversation earlier, right, about at least for the roamer matchup, trying to edge out over Shark, just pound for pound, pretty much off the tables. It's not really going to happen. It takes really a collaborative effort, right? But something that was talked about is when he's not on those aggressive roams, like you were saying, where he gets into the face of the enemies, that's when you have a better shot up against, you know, the best roam in NAs. When he's not playing on something that can just hover all in your jungle, make incredible sets all game. This is probably best case scenario. The only thing I would have changed is maybe they took a set tank. I'm not really a fan of the. I didn't feel like it really paid off for them in their match. And right now, so far, they don't have anything to follow up on the pick-off potential. If you get a Divine Judgment, you're probably having a tank Martis there, a Valentina. You're probably not going to get that kill just off the rip there. So unless they plan to add something with some single target damage, I'm really not a fan of it because the set would have been very nice, I believe. And it's actually going to be a little hard though with the Mathilda, because now maybe let's say Basic maybe oversteps a bit in the fight. All it takes is a little bit of a dash, and then he's out of the way. He's out of the range of Divine Judgment. So kind of set yourself up for that one.
Shark's Matilda is scary too, man.
It's pretty nice.
When Matilda was meta, Shark it's one of the one roamers who plays it like it's an aggressive tank, like still gets in your jungle, and because of the movement speed, it's Shark in general. I mean, now yes, it's a little bit squishier, so he still has to be careful, but as long as he can be the slippery Shark that he always is, it's, you know, he still has some possibilities. There's also the dive potential, the peel potential, the escape, the re-engage, all of those things. He's going to help best player speed up, get into these fights. So I do like the Matilda, but there's a reason why it hasn't been as popular as a roam as it used to always be. Definitely different, but want to talk about different here. The Empire keeping it different as always. That's a Popo and Koopa right there, too.
That is Popo and Koopa.
You want to go double fighter? We're going to go double marksman. How you like that?
Is this an XP like Popo and Koopa? I mean...
Unless, it's gotta be.
You know, being an analyst is hard, man. They really want you to break down some tough things.
Bro, break this down, Deku. Break it down.
This is a rough one.
Break it down, bro. I just yell.
Okay.
I don't know none.
Yeah, I mean, let me just try to speak to the people here. So, I mean, honestly, I'm not opposed to it. I feel like Popo has a decent setup in the XP. He's a marksman, but he does have traps to kind of set up his own vision. So even though he's going to probably be on the weak side of the map, he can pretty much create a little pocket, right, where he can ward off his own threats. Like, he'll know for a fact where someone's coming from with just even one trap, maybe two traps, and then keep the other one maybe in your pocket for a disengage. But when you're talking about disengagement, this comes into a 5v5 fight, man. That's going to be extremely hard for Empire to get through. You have Mathilda looking to get your team out of there. Hold up, before we get out of there, let's get into it. Trex, game 2, elimination match for the Empire here. They need to win this, or they will be packing it up for another sweep into Ohio's hands.
Even though it's very unorthodox with this Popo and Koopa from the top side, I feel like with the Empire bringing this extreme dive comp of, a bunch of fighters and in-your-face heroes, having the two ranged heroes on the offlanes, having two heroes that can kite and play the distance, plus Shark with them, I think there's there's a little bit of an aesthetic to that, right? It's going to be a little bit harder for Empire to get in the face of a Beatrix and a Popo and Koopa.
Honestly, it's actually scary because this is Yureshi on the Popol. So even though it's like unorthodox, that's Yureshi, right? That's Yureshi's domain. He can absolutely make something like this work, and I feel like they're kind of matching it up against Empire. I'm still not sure if there's some legitimate strategy to this just yet, or maybe if they're having a little fun, but someone that's not having fun is Basic right now. He's kind of getting choked out in that gold lane, but the same's kind of happening over here in the XP.
Yeah, he's definitely not liking it. And Shark's hovering up, making sure Yureshi's okay. It's almost like they knew what I was saying, that Empire needs to focus on Yureshi, especially with Empire on the Popo and Koopa. He needs a little bit of protection early on, right? Here comes Best Player, though. They're going for the dive here. Big knock-up. Taunt comes in. Jordan will go down. Shark goes down as well, but still on the boss side. Looks like Yureshi is going to chase down Reckless. He is able to get away. Basic also not going down on the boss side. Mikasa going back to base.
It's so interesting, Trex, because, trying to break down the Popol pick, we're talking about maybe like the weak side strength coming from it, but they're playing it as it's the strong side of the map and leaving Basic alone really on that Beatrix up against Mikasa on that Alice.
Most definitely, and Turtle will go to the side of Best Player here. Best Player comes in on those Matilda Airlines. Looks like Yureshi's taking a little bit of damage. Jordan looked for, able to find it, gets the kill. Real Manipulation does come out. Demon trying to get away, dashing Reckless here to help out, but Shark gonna get those final couple shots off, looking for it under the tower, not able to get the kill.
Ooh. Suppression
comes in. Shark goes down, fish out of water in that one. Jordan almost biting the bullet as well, but will be able to get away here.
That's right. Matilda is gone with the win here, and that's a bit of that aggression, right, you were talking about that Shark's kind of known for, and right there he gets punished for it as he's trying to pick off that kill, but was it really worth it? Absolutely not. So he just ends up handing a kill over to Empire, who's actually netted 3 kills right now, Trex. So they're up in kills, and the gold is still pretty even, but it's a pretty nice start to the side of Empire.
A very nice start, and Mikasa's even able to kind of bully Basic here a little bit, get the XP, keep Basic under his tower. Shark, though, and Yureshi are just sticking together at this point. They want to get Yureshi roaming, moving around the map as much as possible. He runs into the trap. In comes the Airlines. Down goes, nope, wait, Jordan's still up. Final hit, can they get it? The dog chase, and Jordan gets away there. On the mid side, a little bit of a gamble going on, as well as Alex and Mikasa continue to try to burden Best Player. With Shark up in the top side, that's exactly what they need to do. They finally have an opening to be aggressive here, and they find one onto Basic. Basic goes down. Alex able to find the kill. Alex looking for another one, but Best Player just too tanky.
That's a great adjustment, but was it too late? Tower's already fallen in the top side now, so it seems Ohio has got exactly what they wanted done. They were able to find the kills onto Jordan, but sending him back to base is enough because we know Popol can find the tower. But hang on here, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, this is two big guys going against each other. Don't think Mikasa should have a problem, but with Shark here now, there might be a problem. In comes the Airlines. Mikasa trying to survive for dear life. Finds Best Player. The outplay is unreal. 1v4, and in comes Demon and Reckless. Demon did steal the Real Manipulation, able to find Yureshi. Hoon might just be next. Hoon very low, forced to use a flicker. Able to escape with the help of Shark there. Reckless doesn't want to stop. Alex now here as well. Try to cut through. Find something here that terrifies Shark. Looking low, Demon picking up the kill.
And you know what, right now, the pace is being picked up as well from the side of Empire. This is definitely a turnaround from game 1. Trex, another kill.
Huge, plus another tower. Empire finding the first tower on their side. Things are looking even. Actually, Empire holding the gold lead.
And a nice gold lead, up about 2K. A 1v1, though, between Mikasa and Basic.
Yeah, I think we're hitting a little bit of a spot where Mikasa has to be careful. Oh, wait a second, maybe not. Gets a stun. It's a 1v1. Basic with the flicker, but in comes Jordan. You're not escaping this dragon. You take my friend, I take you.
If one down goes down, I guess we're all going down here. But that's a good response right from the side of Empire, not letting Basic get that for free. He's going to find the kill, but he's going to get punished as well. He's sitting on 2 deaths right now, and ironically, he's not the tower push in this game. Yureshi is, because Basic's kind of having a hard time right now. He's played the weak side of the map, and now being punished in those 1v1s, getting trained out immediately. But look at the response. Uh-oh.
Best player walks into 3, will be able to get away with the help of Shark once again. Hoon trying to position himself. Up on the top side, Alex going to be able to take another tower here. Uncontested, big suppression, down goes Hoon. Shark dashes in, not able to find anything, nobody caught the ride. Best player brings out the Nibiru's passion. I mean, basically brings out the Nibiru's passion. Best player on the backside as well, but the Empire is still holding a strong foothold. Alex may be able to take another tower, but decides to back off.
Right, he was still going there that whole time. We were talking about picking up the last tower and hadn't stopped pushing, but now Trex turtle up in less than 10 seconds. You can already see the rotation coming from Empire. Ohio going to be a little late to the party here. Shark's already half HP, so this is pretty good potential, especially since they have lane pride on the bot side, courtesy of Mikasa, who went ahead and shoved that into the tower, who's actually going to keep pushing. There's not going to be a contest here from Ohio.
Yeah, the Empire does not want to hit the brakes. They know that, I mean, with having a Popo, with having a Basic on the beat trick, there is a lot of damage potential, a lot of stun, a lot of play potential in mid to late game for the Ohio brothers. I know it's unorthodox, but it's still there. Empire doesn't want to waste any time. They're taking turtles, they're taking towers, they're pushing the world in right now, and they're trying to defy the odds. Best player going to get pulled in by that Divine Judgment. Alex looking to bring someone low enough, try to find a decimation. Nobody's open just yet. Demon shredded down. Basic picking up the kill. Jordan gonna get found out. Almost stunned. Gets the knock up on a Shark before he can connect. Well played.
And speaking of well played, the pressure from Mikasa on the bot side, without even being there, just having that wave shoved in, able to find a tower even though they lose a Demon in the mid lane. But that's gonna be his first death in the game, so pretty respectable mid lane gameplay coming out from the Empire, but we might be bracing ourselves for another engage. As currently 3 members lined up from both sides. It looked like a dodgeball game. They're both lined up on the opposite side and waiting to see who's going to make the first strike there, but it's going to be a little bit of a cold war. And I have to point out here, Trex, Empire has really been having their way, and I think it has a lot to do with kind of what we were talking about. Shark on such a passive roam, not able to be able to find the engage.
Talk about an engage. They found one on someone else. Maybe we don't get Shark, but we always find a member. Ohio brothers want to kind of macro back, though. Take a tower here. Demon and Jordan from the side trying to get the flank. Jordan able to push them away. They save the tower for another day. Empire hiding out in this bush, though. Watch for Mikasa. Sending in that first skill, looking for the possible engage. Hoon almost gets petrified. Able to flicker away to safety as TOB try to protect their purple buff here. Just try to protect their land at any cost. Alex doesn't want to let it happen. He's not able to steal it, so he decides to back off, but still putting pressure into the mid side. TOB defending.
They are defending, and you know what? I still like that trade there. They lost the Petrify, right, from Jordan, but you got the flicker off of Hoon, so now he's at the mercy of Shark paying attention. And there goes another flicker from Yureshi as well in the pole, so a lot of mobility denied, and Shark can only choose one. He's got to choose wisely if a fight breaks out in the next minute or so.
Yeah, it does look like best player is going to try to get position here. Force the Lord over to his side of the wall. Ooh. Alex also going to come in. Away. Shark getting pulled in. Knocked up. Brought low. Can the finish come in? Yes, Jordan gets the killing spree, but down goes Reckless. Basic able to pick it up with the Nibiru's passion. In comes Alex. Deleted. Hoon finds it. Trying to get the knock up. Empire trying to fight back. Basically goes down. Demon taken out by Yureshi, though. It's a 3 for 2 currently, but Mikasa's still in the fray of things. Dog goes down, but no Yureshi just yet. Flickers in. Looking for the stun. Best player here as well. Mikasa against 3. Get the stuns on to best player. Best player looking low. Mikasa can't get the finish and finally taken out. Hoon finding the kill.
And that's gotta be so detrimental to your mental, but best player, Jordan.
He's gonna go down. Another kill, a shutdown for Hoon at that, plus a killing spree, putting some nice gold into his bank.
And just like that, Empire making some very costly mistakes there, Trex. They've given up a lot of gold. Like you said, a shutdown to Hoon. So they have officially put Ohio back in the game, and this Lord's getting quickly chunked away here, but maybe it could test Alex in route.
Not able to make it. Yureshi does find it, and that is also no retry wasted by best player.
And just like that, Trex, the experience, the veteran play style from Ohio, able to find the response, but hang on, fight.
Ooh, you're actually able to get away. That's bad. Reckless, forced to use a flicker. Does not use a Divine Judgment this yet, but Demon does pop the IMU. It's one utility down. Lord's still coming. Mikasa going to make his way up to it as the Ohio brothers try to focus in on this mid side. No minions to go yet, though. Don't think they're going to get too much out of this Lord push.
You know, I love the reflexes coming out from Ohio. You're actually almost taken out there, but immediately, right, you can see Ohio tuning in to save their comrade there, the real-world manipulation, the Nibiru's passion. They really layered it on thick to make sure Yureshi could survive that, and that's a lot of that disengage and some of that zoning that they get, but we're going to be poised for a siege here, Trex.
Yeah, they're moving fast across the map right now. Forget macro. This is micro. We want to fight. We want to go. We want to put these skills to the test. And Mikasa in a bad spot as best player. And Shark try to engage. They want to take another tower here. Here comes Reckless with a conceal. Looking for Shark. Not able to connect or just doesn't want to use it, actually. Saving it for the right time. It's the wrong target. Shark's going to be able to easily get away.
Right, and right now Empire forced to a bit of a pocket on the map. You can see how far they've been reduced earlier. Had a lot of stakes out here in territory, but now Ohio's been keeping them kind of limited. But look at that Renner shot. Basic has it lined up. Ooh.
Able to get a little bit of chip damage on a Reckless there, but a game that Empire was completely dominating and has now leaned heavily into the favor of the Ohio brothers. They've got, I mean, Tower's actually still in the favor of Empire, except for that mid. I feel like Empire need to find a way to crack that if they want to get through and start getting some more map control.
Definitely. And you know, speaking about control, things getting out of control for the side of Empire, because now we're starting to creep into that scaling part. But hang on, Alex
in a bad spot, trying to get away. Will be able to, actually.
Okay.
Shark able to do what he needs to, but in comes the Divine Judgment. Out comes the World Manipulation. Will get stopped as Jordan is on to Hoon. Hoon able to dodge over, but he's still in the midst of several members. Wait a second, lots of damage. Best player gets the kill. Alex goes down to Beer's Passion, but the winner Truncheon saves his life. Mikasa still goes down, and now Demon on the run. Basic flickers in, able to get the kill onto Demon there. It's a three-man wipe. No one down on the side of the Ohio brothers. Reckless in a bad spot. Sandwiched in between several members. Snipe shot for the triple. Basic stacking up.
That's right, and now the odds are against Empire in a game that they had such a solid foothold in. Trex has been completely reversed up against Ohio, who's looking to close this. Hang on, the engage.
Oh, Jordan goes down. Alex and Mikasa up in just a second or two, but this still might be game. The damage just too much. You're actually locked in, zoned in. And Empire do not strike back tonight. The Ohio brothers make another big statement with another big sweep.
Oh man, so it looks like we're adding that to another list. Just added to the bodies that Ohio has piled up, Trex, and we so desperately want Empire to find at least a match in this great series. And it was close, right? For a moment, it looked like we could potentially see Ohio take another one of those rare losses, but coming alive, the experience, the leadership, and just the outplay potential that they had in a lot of those team fights, able to go ahead and shut down Empire's dreams of becoming one of those elusive teams to do so.
I mean, it's just nonstop. I didn't know Ohio was so violent. They just keep coming. They just keep on destroying everybody. At this point, it's looking grim for every team that has to face them. Now, Empire still try to get a little groovy. I'm hoping that Empire doesn't plan on bringing all of these same exact strategies into the playoffs if they make it. They're still sitting comfy, but they need to still play correctly because Fallout and Area 77 are sitting there watching them for that number 4 spot.
They absolutely got their eyes on the prize there, and like you said, taking that sweep, it's going to help the odds just a little bit. But before we sweep all these things, talking about a sweep all across the board, Rich, Carry, Sandbag, and the forgotten one, Ohio leaves no stat unchecked there. And you know, honestly, in this 14-13 match, extremely close, it honestly became the difference for them. I mean, they had an incredible turnaround up against Empire. We saw it in the matches, and this was one of those moments. And honestly, you don't get to see it here, but the disengage that they had, we saw Shark be able to create the space for Hoon, right? They actually had a great collapse at the start of the fight from Empire, and even had the number advantage, but the amount of time they were able to stall out with that guiding wind, and then Hoon still having the flicker in his back pocket, further spacing himself, further having to disengage, and all those little movements, all that intricate things happening, bought enough time for the collapse of Ohio to return the favor on that game. And honestly, what can you do? I mean, those type of plays, those type of micro mechanics, you just fall short of against a team like Ohio, and it has led them to so many wins and led them to another sweep.
Yeah, it's. I think it's really just those small plays that get underappreciated. You know, game one, Ohio Brothers keep it clean. They completely outclass and outplay the Empire. There was nothing really they could do here. Basic took him a little bit of time, but as we said, as long as he can farm down on the bot side, as long as he can farm down in his lane, he's going to come online at some point. And that's exactly what he does this game. He picks up the kills when they're needed, and towards the end, he went very close to just getting a Maniac and completely dominating. But this point right here, I felt like the Empire should have had this fight. But once again, as you said, the micro mechanics of the Ohio Brothers, the synergy between all of them, Basic able to just get away, Hoon able to just get away using that guiding wind, and then they're all crammed up into this spot. Best player finds the moment, he brings down the Appraisal's Wrath onto 3 or 4 members, and that was just it.
Indeed, that was just it. But show's not over, sweet lambs and gentle giants. We're going to throw this back over to Xina.
Hello everyone, we're here with one of our awesome and beautiful NACT mods, Laura. Welcome, how are you doing today?
Hi Xina. Hello to all the viewers from all over the world. I'm happy to be here and thank you for inviting me tonight.
You're welcome. I'm excited for chatting with one of our very own mods. I hear you stream as well. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I started streaming a few months ago, but I wasn't really constant with it. So yeah, I want to go back to it though. So I'm excited for
to
that.
See more from you. I hear you have a wonderful accent. Where are you from?
Yes, I'm from Romania, Eastern Europe. Yes, I'm not from NA, but I really like supporting NA, the NA scene. It's better than what we have in Europe at the moment.
Oh wow, that's exciting! You're in the same country as the IESF Championship.
Yes.
Like, will you be going? Will you be going to it?
Yes, I will be going to it, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Can we look forward to you cosplaying? Will you be cosplaying for it?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really good at that, so.
Oh. Yeah. But how do you feel about the NA being able to participate this year?
I think it's amazing, and I think it really shows that NA is growing day after day, and I am sure they will get even more events to participate in. Yeah,
yes,
it's amazing.
Looking forward to seeing more from NA too. But let's talk about the NACT right now. Who is your favorite team and player?
That's a really tricky question because as a moderator, I try not to have a favorite. It's not really okay, but it's hard not to like Ackerman and
I totally
Nicolette,
got earlier
especially. Yeah, they are amazing, and their synergy, it's awesome.
You do a really good job. Yeah, I got tricked earlier just saying, who by Trex. Anyways, again, how do you say your name? It sounded so pretty.
So, in English, you say it Laura, but in my language, it's Laura. It's a bit different.
Laura. That's so pretty. But when are you planning to come back to the streaming scene? You would be streaming on YouTube, correct?
Yes, I was streaming on YouTube. Hopefully this upcoming week, maybe.
Oh gosh, you guys, you hear that? You guys could catch our very own mod on her own stream. I love your hair, by the way. That's very pretty.
Thank you. I love yours.
You guys. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But yes, I am very looking forward to see all of that. But anyways, well, so you're planning to do it next week, and what would your name be on YouTube so people could find you?
So my name on YouTube is BG Laura. Yeah, BG Laura. That's all.
Okay, BG, Laura, you have any final thoughts that you want to share with our amazing fans?
I want to shout out the production, Dave, the casters, the amazing host we had, and my moderators, because we work together every single day during the streams, and yeah. And the viewers.
Thank you.
The viewers
so
are
much.
amazing.
Oh, the viewers. Yes, the viewers are amazing. Well, thank you so much for
Yes.
coming to chat with us today, Lara. We appreciate you being here and look forward to seeing more from you on YouTube.
Thank you.
Now
Thank you.
we
Goodbye.
are gonna head back. Goodbye, guys. Goodbye, Lara. But now we're gonna head back to the battles. Like right now, they're getting ready to start the next matches. So Trex, Deku, get to it.
Thank you so much, Xina. It was an amazing interview. It's always a pleasure to hear from many members of our community, but we aren't going to waste any time at all tonight. Real quick, before we jump into our halftime segment, we want to talk about the MVP. Now, nobody's whispered anything in my ear yet, so, there, I was about to try to guess it. I was going to try to guess it, but basic. It's basic, guys. It's basic. It's not, and he's not playing basic today. He's playing very, very well.
It's advanced, right? Faced some oddballs, some curveballs in the matches. He ended up playing the weak side of the map on the Beatrix, and still getting his job done is what we know as being that kind of that tower pusher, right? Opening up the path for the team and coming alive, especially in that mid game, transitioning. You know what? It's pretty hard, I guess, not to be the MVP. He faced the competitions, but there weren't really any other marksmen. It almost felt like a solo competition for Basic as a marksman out there. So, a sly MVP, I feel. I feel like it was a sly MVP.
Well deserved. I feel like Basics came a long way. I think there was a lot of doubt about him when he went into M4. He had some great games in M4. And since then, like in this tournament, I feel like he's just gotten better and better and better. I personally always thought he was a decent gold laner. I didn't think he was the best gold laner, but now he's really, I feel like his hero pool has expanded. The way he plays multiple heroes has expanded. His macro, so many things. He's just kind of, he's racking up right now.
Yeah, I mean, the macro takes him far because not really so much worried about racking up kills, but those towers, man. I mean, we saw him, and especially, I can't help but think about, right, that match they had up against BTK. You didn't really see Basic in too many fights, but you saw every tower be taken by that man on that Claw, and it feels like he's had that same playstyle every game, no matter what's going on. Even when he's down in kills, if the KDA is not looking good, I bet his lane looks amazing, because the one thing he's gonna do is find a tower.
Well, you mentioned BTK, and that is going to be the final series of tonight. LaimeTop up against BTK. Before that, we got a little bit of a halftime segment here. We're going to be talking about your favorite person, Deku, MOBA, Zane. And, you know, the guy's a monster. Mr. Michael, MOBA Zane right here. Man's got a lot of achievements under his belt, and he has definitely done a lot of things. He came into the season looking a little rough, I would say. Had a team full of rookies and has definitely turned the tables, right? We were all wondering if they were even going to make it to play. I mean, if they were even going to make it to possible grand finals. And right now, it's looking definitely good for them, for MOBA Zane.
It is indeed, right? It is looking good, and like you said, a little rocky, bit of a start, but facts are facts. In the second leg, have had a great turnaround. But speaking of turnaround, turn your attention, right, to the wonderful About Me section of player bio for MOBA Zane, Michael Myers, even if you will, that preferred hero, right, being the Granger that we have known, and you know, a lot of people loved him for on his streams. His favorite streamer, he's not sure about, and I have to tell you, it's probably him, right? Top of the mountain when it comes to streaming in the Mobile Legends community. It's hard to be able to watch someone else when you're putting the hours in that he does. His prized possession, though, is the gold chain. And, you know, funny enough, the worst habit, he says, is Mobile Legends. And while I do agree he has spent a unhealthy amount of playing Mobile Legends more than anyone else, I think his worst habit that he recently dropped was truly the Akai, if I had to say.
Yeah, I think definitely debatable. Definitely very, very debatable. Now, here's the thing, though. I think he has grown a lot over the past. I think there are still some things of improvement that he needs. You know, everyone wants him to learn the assassins. I think if he wants to stay in the jungle pool and actually get like, you know, a world best first place, I think it's something that he definitely needs to do. But this season, he came in. I had high hopes for BTK. I love a lot of the players on the team. They kind of bombed in the very beginning. They took a big loss against TOB. They didn't even get a perfect run through qualifiers. They had a couple of other losses here and there that were very questionable. But we talk about Empire being one of the most improved teams. BTK also, I feel like, has been one of the most improved teams so far this season. Yato and T were kind of messing up all over the place, looking like rookies in the land of Dawn. Same thing with Joy Baj and some of the rest of the members. And so far, now, like watching them play Ackerman last week or the week before last week, it's a completely different BTK at this point.
Yeah, it is completely different. And like you said, completely different from the first round of the regular season to the second leg here of the regular season. It really feels like they've turned to a new leaf. A lot of the players have stepped into their own. Like you said, Yato and T were some of those players kind of having a little bit of low performance issues in the first leg. But it seems like they've kind of gotten it together. Zane has done a great job really holding that team, being that glue factor. As he is the most experienced. He's the veteran for that team. And I feel like having him at the helm has led them to this position because, you know, say what you want, he's a winner, right? So it's only right that his team has kind of scaled up to that point where now they kind of resemble what we expect from BTK.
Most definitely, and that is going to be it for this part of the halftime segment. We're going to be sending it over to our lovely, beautiful Purple Xina for a little bit of community news for you guys.
Thank you, Trex. We've got some exciting news to share with you. First, we are thrilled to announce that Moonton has partnered with the USEF, which is the United Esports Federation, for the IESF Championship 2023. The tournament will be held in Lamy, Romania, and will feature 130 countries. What's more is our 2023 NACT Spring Season Grand Finalists will be taking place in May 14th and will determine who from North America will be going to the IESF. But of course, our winners will also be taking part in the MSC this summer. So stay tuned and cheer on your favorite teams as they compete for this amazing opportunity, which is super exciting as we're making big strides this season. And last but not least, it is time to vote for your favorite caster duo. Head over to our Mobile Legends in North America Discord server right now and cast your vote and show your support for your favorite dynamic duo. That's it for our social news and updates. Stay tuned for more exciting NACT action right here on our live stream.
Who'd you vote for, Xina?
Stop it. Stop you. I didn't say.
It's okay. You don't have to. But yeah, ISF, MSC. What more could we ask for right now? And I think I got a feeling that we're going to do pretty good. Hopefully we do pretty well. I pray that we do pretty good. Whoever makes it, you guys better do good or you're going to be coming back with some angry faces. But either way, whatever team goes, they're going to go to MSC. They're going to land. They're going to do their thing. Then they get like a couple weeks breaks or so. Then they go to IESF and they come home. And whatever team ends up going is going to come back monsters. I hope that all the teams at home over the summer keep on playing, or else we're going to see another big sweep next NACT.
That's right, a big sweep. But I'm not going to let Xina sweep that question underneath the rug. See, Trex is a little bit different than me, okay? He's a little bit more PR trained. He's not going to tip the line. I'm going to press the red button. No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to press the red button. Xina, please tell us, Purple Input, who did you vote for? Oh, no. We're going to kiss and tell this time. We're going to kiss and tell.
But anyways, before we go on, let's do a quick giveaway, guys. For our very lovely community, we want to give back to you all. We have 30 codes on screen right now. A 99.5% chance for you to get tickets, magic dust, premium skin fragments, but you have that 0.5% chance to get one of the 10 skins below. You got Great Inventor, Floral Knight, Glorious General, one skin from the Venom series, Layla Saber or Sabra Saber. But as you put in those codes, we're gonna get ready for our next match after this. It'll be LaimiTop versus BTK. I know all of you missed BTK yesterday, but they are here today and ready to show what they've got. So make sure you're back to witness this after our short break.
LaimiTop.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
welcome back, guys. It's time for our last match of the night, which would be Trex's favorite team, LaimiTop, versus BTK, which is Deku's favorite team.
Why is that funny?
I'm just laughing.
What's so funny?
Anyways, I wonder who got our casters votes. Let's check it out.
Let's check it out. Indeed, it looks like.
Hey.
Oh, thank God.
I swear, guys, I voted for LaimiTop. I don't know what this is.
I couldn't remember if I voted for LaimiTop or not. I was going to get burned at the stake.
No, I got tired of getting yelled at by all the casters about how bad my casting votes were, so I decided to take it serious this week. But no, BTK, definitely, I mean, it's literally everyone's voting for them. It's all 2 zeros. Once again, LaimiTop has had some good matches, but I don't think they have... There it is. That's how. There it is. Thank you. That is actually the correct vote for Trex, and yeah, thank you.
Please don't adjust mine.
Deku, how are you feeling about the predictions?
Like you said, uniform minus you're the LaimiTop unicorn here. Oh, never mind. Back to BTK. Whew, that guy is set tripping, but. We're all going for BTK for the sweep, and it's really up to LaimiTop to kind of change that narrative, But if we're going off the stat sheets, a track record, this should be a clean series for BTK to kind of solidify themselves in that second place spot for playoffs.
Who knows?
Xina, who are you voting for?
LaimiTop may surprise you guys. They're going to come back and end up being at least taking one game.
So are you saying LaimiTop is your favorite?
I'm just saying, how Trex does root for the underdog, they might come and, take one.
So
at
you
least.
like underdogs too?
Yeah, what's wrong with underdogs? I'm down.
So
for
you
the
are
underdogs.
saying that you're siding with LaimiTop for this series. You believe LaimiTop will win? Xina? Is that what I'm getting?
Are you
On the
instigating
live?
things now?
Trying to get to the bottom of things, Xina. That's all.
All right,
I'd like
Mom
to
and
get
Dad. All right,
sound
Mom and
conclusions.
Dad. All right, Mom and Dad. Now, LaimiTop. Let's get real here. Let's get real. If there was a team I really wanted to beat, BTK, I would say LaimiTop. I would like to see them beat any team at this point. I
got a lot of points left.
I want to see him get a win. I want to see him get a win. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure all the BTK super fans will forgive me for that. I just want to see LaimiTop secure something on the board, man. BTK is good. They're sitting at number 2 spot right now. I think they could bomb out the rest of the week and still be in playoffs. I'm not saying I want them to throw anything because I don't believe in that. I think that is not cool. Purposely trolling games to all you guys out there. But I do want to see LaimiTop secure some wins. It'd be very cool. I think they came in a pretty rough team and they've grown a lot, like any team would. That's like the bottom of the leaderboard. I think they've grown a lot. We've all said they have great drafting skills. I think they just need to connect the differences now.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
the
think
difference is huge.
Yeah, I think they have grown a lot, LaimiTop, but also BTK as well. Coming back, they found their groove and started to synergize. And look at them; they're second now. Even though we thought that they would be in the first place, but now they've got it. They synergized and they are back in business.
Well-oiled machine is what they would call it right now.
Speaking of BTK, I just want to say
What?
that, when I said they were going to be second on the leaderboards, everybody doubted me. I'm trying to earn some stripes back for the BTK fans, guys. All right. I've liked their lineup from the start. Yato, Joybaj, I have, and I say this every time I talk about them, I feel like. But I like their lineup from the start, and I feel like they have what it takes. I don't know if they have what it takes to beat TOB in grand finals or anything like that, but they have definitely come a very long
Wait a second.
way. They've definitely come a very, very long way.
You don't know if they have what it takes to beat TOB in grand finals. So, from what you're saying, if I'm picking that up right, are you implying
That BTK is going to make it to grand finals? It's
Yeah, is that what you're saying?
I think they
That's
have
kind of what it sounds like. I'm just saying.
okay. I think they have I think they have a 75% chance to make it to grand finals. I think Ackerman has a 74% chance to make it to grand finals. Yeah.
I didn't sound
Very
like
close.
a 75%
Very close.
statement.
very close. But I think, yeah, I think it's up there.
But look at you
You're
guys.
trying really hard to get those stripes.
I don't think TOB
Jesus.
has 100%. I think they got like a 95. You know,
Wow,
I don't
you
think.
are super hard to get those stripes, Trex.
Hey,
This
man.
is outrageous. Is this even allowed?
Oh,
Isn't this
so
biased?
So far, it has been sweeps across the board right now. Today, we had Ackerman sweeping Area 77, and then the Ohio Brothers taking the Empire. But the Empire was doing so well in the second round. What happened?
TOB happened.
Yeah.
TOB happened. Yureshi happened. Played a great game.
You wrecked me.
Hoon happened. You wrecked me. All the way into Empire saying you eject me. Yeah, it was just TOB. I think it's the same thing that happened against Area 77. Area 77 was so close to winning that game last night. I think in all reasons they should have taken it. And TOB, I think once again, it's not a story of the other team being so good they could almost beat TOB. I feel like it's a story of TOB being so good that they can stretch it out to the end game, even at a 3 or 4K gold deficit, and still end up winning.
They really do
that's
have
exactly
really
what
good
happened
defense.
too. Some really good defense. Are you a fan of the defense there? You like?
I
what Ohio
have
does?
seen them come back around, and like their defense is really top notch.
Are
I
you a
would say.
fan?
Like this guy. Messing with-
We're gonna get that answer one way or the other, Xina.
I think they're all doing an amazing job here. Everyone's growing, and I can't wait to see more next season and next year. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to come. I'm super excited with what's been going on, and the fact that during this whole season, we got MSC, we got the IESF.
That's right.
It's crazy.
Woo!
Growing so quick.
And they're on top.
Yeah, and I think depending on how we do in some of these larger, in MSC and things like that, like I'm hoping that no matter what we go and we do well once again, because it just continues to show that we are, a top 3, top 4 region up there. And I have faith, whether TOB goes, whether BTK goes, things like that, Ackerman, whoever. I think no matter what, NA will definitely show up at a lot of these international events. So I feel good about it. I feel very happy about it. LaimiTop though. LaimiTop up against BTK here, Deku. Is there like anything like let's say you're in LaimiTop shoes, Deku. What do you do to beat BTK? What are the kinks in the armor? Like how I've talked about TOB, it's Hoon, Shark. You got to try to keep them off you. What is the answer for BTK here?
For LaimiTop, right? The answer to BTK, honestly, I feel like it's one of those situations where it's more so LaimiTop adjusting themselves. Because one of the big issues that we kind of pointed out for LaimiTop was the swapping, right? The role swaps. They swapped at least 3 players around throughout NACT and haven't really locked in anything solid or consistent. And I feel like, again, like we said before, until that is done, it's going to be hard up against anybody they play. Because one of the things that have kind of stuck through the course, and some of the other casters was talking about it, the teams that have swapped the most players have struggled the most in the regular season. So I feel like it starts there for LaimiTop. Before you start talking about what to do with BTK, you got to talk about what we're going to do from within first.
Agreed, but let's take a quick break. The teams are having, need a little bit more time, so we're gonna go to a quick break, guys. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
everyone, we are back, and we just got word that LaimiTop was late, so an automatic 1 win to BTK, but they're still gonna play, so we're looking forward to seeing what they got. what?
Well, I mean, before I said 2-0, but now it's not possible. LaimiTop has to 2-1 them. It's the only way, you know. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, LaimiTop was late. So to those that don't know, we have a strict time schedule. As always, teams have to make it on time, and to create a level of fairness between teams, since they were late to the start of match, they take an L. All 5 members are now in their appreciated VCs, loading up into game, getting into game lobby, and things will be starting very soon, but they will already be starting at a disadvantage.
Yes.
That's right. But you know what, though, Trex, you wanted the sweep, but now they get to do a reverse sweep, and I think that's just a little bit better.
It's a little bit hyper.
It's a lot
much
more
better
hyper.
story.
I mean, you get a reverse sweep, man. That's what better story. That's right. Cinderella run here up against BTK.
It's almost like they knew. They were just like, yeah, LaimiTop's gonna reverse sweep BTK, because BTK takes a game, and now LaimiTop is gonna take 2 games, and it's almost like they did it on purpose. They're like, yeah, we know we're gonna win anyway, so we're just gonna show up late,
That's right.
give them a free
You're
game.
onto something.
You know, they're
They
pulling a
got big
Magnus
game.
Carlsen. I don't know if any of you guys follow chess at all.
But it
He's
wouldn't be a
always late
sweep
to his
win.
chess games to win.
It'll be a 2-1.
Mystery
It's a
mystery
reverse
file
sweep.
solved here.
It's
Reverse
reverse.
sweep.
Like
What's
they
better?
lose
What's
one,
better than a
and then they
sweep?
reverse the tides. That's what a reverse
That's
sweep
right.
is. You know, sorry. Gotcha.
Okay.
I gotcha.
Keep up to that, please. Jeez.
I'm like, okay.
No, yeah, that is better. Reverse sweep's a lot cleaner, right? What's better than the sweep? Reverse. Gotta love it.
Yes.
It's a great storyline.
Okay.
LaimiTop just being fashionably late here, so you know it's maybe that'll be a good thing. We like it. It's style.
Alright, guys, we are ready to kick it off, guys. I want to see you guys do your best casting. Go. Get it.
Here comes my best casting in the second draft after the invisible first draft. BTK going up against LaimiTop with a 1-0 lead already. This is match point. LaimiTop looking for the reverse sweep.
It would be match point, Trex, but as we already know, we were handed down the script from the producers, and it has been set up for LaimiTop to get the reverse sweep. This will be an unfortunate loss to BTK, and not just BTK, but BTK fans alike. And this
We'll see.
is what I like.
We'll see.
I like that.
So,
I like that.
so far, BTK coming in with some normal bans. Right now, there is some things to point out here. Right, BTK is missing a player right now. Well, they're not missing a player, but they've subbed out T. They've subbed out T. Yuna's in, which I'm guessing Yuna, who was originally gold laner until ISO got subbed in, will now probably be an EXP, but I guess the possibility's there for ISO to play EXP. I know ISO is old, easy peasy, and I know he's pretty flexible, so it might actually be smarter to put him in EXP. But still, it either gives an advantage or it gives the question to LaimiTop on how they want to proceed in this draft.
That's right. I mean, while we're thinking about, potentials for those role adjustments for the side of BTK, again, heading into this match, we know LaimiTop has been one of those that have kind of fallen to that predicament of a lot of roster swaps. And I mean, they've just had a lot of issues in general, even from the roster swaps, subs, it's been unfortunate. It's affected some of their matches even. So it's gonna be really tough to see how they can pull together and what exactly the game plan is going to be, because they really moved the pieces around, and up against BTK, a very solid team, a formidable team nonetheless. Those type of mistakes, those kind of issues, they kind of build up, right, to paint that overall picture of a rough match potentially.
Most definitely, and with that being said, bans are just about over with. Valentina's still open right now. Fredrin's still open right now. Kaja, Valentina no longer open, but Kaja still open right now. BTK is on the blue side, so we got a little bit of an advantage here with the first pick. Wondering if they're going to go for Zane, if they're going to lock in that Kaja up early. I think it's a solid pick either way.
That's right, and like you said, things are on the board, and we know Zane's over here on the side of BTK. Fredrin, like you said, is still on the board. there's great potential for that to be locked in. Wan as well. Yeah, that's right. So there's some very strong, powerful picks to be locked in here right now for the side of BTK, and I, would definitely assume them to be one of the teams to kind of key in on that and take one of those strong picks. And there it goes. There's one that we didn't even talk about. Arlot there. Going to be locked in for BTK. A strong opener statement.
Yeah, and let me talk Fireback immediately with the Beatrix. Now, Melissa's still open here. A couple other things are still open, so I'm not too... I mean, the Beatrix is solid. Like, it's always... I feel like it's never going to fall off in the meta completely, It's just versatility. You can build it so many different ways, so a lot of options. It does leave themselves a little bit flexible here, how they want to proceed in this draft, and whatever BTK ends up bringing in, whether they go bulky, whether they go a bit squishier, we can adjust with that. So it's not a horrible marksman to pick up front, but still, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's kind of one of those like a point A to point B marksman, and I know you're seeing that category pick and guys, you may be questioning a little bit, but I'm not really opposed to it. We know Faramis is off the board, Valentina as well, and we know kind of that third pick to kind of slide in is the Farsa, but Kagger could be a nice answer. But look at that, BTK is not going to play into the trap, not going to play into the game. They're going to also flex and put Yato on that Kadita that struggled a little bit earlier on, but has now kind of, like we said, with the rest of the members of BTK fallen into their group now. So it's going to be an interesting matchup here.
Yeah, and the Kadita definitely solid, especially with the Kagura being picked up. You have some way to phase out. You have some way to escape that umbrella. You have possibilities, and then you also have big pick potential. Of course, Kagura is not going to be the easiest target, but Mar, on the other hand, on this Beatrix, a definite target for Yato. And now even more pick pressure, even more pressure onto that back line. We have Joybaj picking up the Cho.
That's right, and he likes that, and he definitely lets everyone knows how much that he likes it. So one of those Cho players in North America, right, that we kind of is known for the pick, right? Very formidable. It's one of those comforts that when you let it through, you expect the performance level to shine through, no matter what kind of matchup he has to deal with as far as Rome and that mid lane counterpart. It's, Joybaj on Cho is kind of just like, we know we got something good going on. And paired it with Yato's Kadita, like you said, that pick pressure, but not just such high kill potential, right? And especially in the early game, especially once you start getting those fours unlocked, that way of the dragon, the rough waves, man, you're talking about nuclear damage as soon as those ultimates are unlocked. And with both of these players kind of masterful on both of them, and it's how good they just go hand in hand with each other, that's a strong 1-2 punch for the side of BTK.
Most definitely. Now with the second phase coming in, Franco getting banned out. I like it. It's definitely something you don't want to go against when you have a Cho, right? Someone that wants to get into that back line. And Kaja is still open. BloodThirstyKings probably ban that out next. Yeah, Golem, the hook rate's insane. So getting rid of any kind of suppression to where on LaimiTop side, they want to give Mar the best game he can have, banning out the 1-1 and the Claude. Now, LaimiTop still needs a roam, right? They still need an EXP laner. I would say, like, because we don't know exactly what BTK is going to pick for their gold lane, one thing I can say is by having this Kadita, something like the Yuzong doesn't really feel good here. Something that's like meant just to dive into the back line doesn't feel too great here because there's no Farza to go after. There's no Yve to go after. So I think for an EXP laner, LaimiTop, maybe you want something a little bit bulkier. Maybe even like the Esmeralda or something of that nature.
Something bulky would be nice. I'm also a fan of I'm sure exactly what to take. Maybe something with some high mobility, right? Maybe something like a Benedetta. I know their XP likes to play Paquito as well. Something slippery, because while Kadita is a threat, it's really maxed out on kind of those standstill targets. And right now, there's nothing really inside of LaimiTop for her to kind of focus in on, minus Beatrix, of course. Any marksman's kind of prey to Kadita, but the rest of them, as long as they're pretty slippery, all you have to do at that point is just utilize your mobility. And once Yato misses potential in that engage with Kadita, then you just go for the re-engage, maybe force out the rough waves, and there goes the burst potential. So I feel like either one of those options are pretty nice, something pretty beefy, or something slippery, right, to keep them out of harm's way. But speaking of harm's way, a Fredrin has just entered into the composition for LaimiTop.
Kind of the opposite of slippery, but it is it's like you go, it's if we want bulky, something that can kind of hold the front side, that is like the epitome of it, right? This Fredder in the off lane, and he does have some escape ability. You have the taunt as well to create some peel if Joybaj tries to get into the backside. So you have a couple answers there with the Fredderin. I do like it. Now it's just Rome, right? Kufra still open, couple other things still open. ISO is going to pick up the Harith, a little bit different, not your typical gold laner, but you have some mobility there to get around this front line that LaimiTop has.
You know, right here, I feel like oh boy,
it's worth the wait.
Putting it all on the line. Putting it all on the line there. Mobazane stepping out of comfort. We were talking about worse habits, but now we're talking about old habits from Mobazane, and that's that Yi Sun Shin. And Trex, you were actually talking about that earlier on, and actually caught you on your own stream, man, reminiscing about the good old M3 days. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I won't put it all out there, but you were loving the glory.
Okay, okay. I was watching Mobazane beat. I was watching Mobazane beat Blacklist Game 5 with YSS. It was a beautiful game.
Don't forget the tier. Don't forget the tier.
There was one tier. There was one tier because we all miss BTK. But anyways, this is the BTK right now, and Mobazane just picked YSS. How is it going to fare up against the composition of LaimiTop, though? We have a big, bulky front line. Now with the Edith picked up as well, Mobazane is going to have to be as careful as ever, as slippery as ever, because if he dashes in, gets taunted, gets messed up by One Punch with the coils or anything like that, it's definitely trouble.
But you know, that's the thing right there. You're already pointing it out. That's more of a user error, right? That's going to be Mobazane having to make those mistakes for LaimiTop to capitalize on. But again, this is Zane on his Yi Sun Shin. Rarely going to see that happen. Since they don't have a lot of backline dive pressure, I feel like it's a pretty safe game. All he really has to do is avoid the Kagura. But Trex, game 2, slide us in smooth, baby.
Now this is going to be match point. BTK securing a win because LaimiTop was late. Now, LaimiTop, if they want to take this, they got to take a reverse sweep here. It's not going to be easy. They're going against the legendary YSS Mobazane. Can they do it?
Can they do it is the question. Already down, right? A match on the side of LaimiTop. BTK already having that early 1-0 advantage. And all they have to do here, right, is be able to find the win. They just got to take one game here. LaimiTop is going to look for a reverse sweep in a sense up against BTK and company. But look at the invade here, Trex.
I think that's what they need to do, right? You got to be aggressive onto this squishy marksman jungle, and Joybaj and Yato know they need to also reroute. It does look like Yato is running this roam here. Joybaj on the mage. Going to be switching things up. Golem forced to use the flicker already. Joybaj looking for it though. Gets the Petrify and the first blood. Well played.
That is not good there for the side of LaimiTop. Trying to put on that early aggression. You said that's what they needed, but what they didn't need was to offer first blood onto BTK and reverse their own fortune. And you know what? Something interesting here, Trex. I don't know if you noticed yet, but this is Joybaj on the Kadita running it. Oh, you did? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, well then, yeah. I was gonna say I missed that. I didn't even hear you say it, but freaking, that's pretty interesting, right? Seeing Yato on this, it reminds me of who is it? Blacklist, right? Maybe some Haji Venus type of swapping going on here from the side of BTK.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point they're having a little bit of fun here, but I will say Yato, I've seen him play the Cho before. He's had to do it in certain situations. He knows how to run it. Joybaj, Kadita sometimes is ran as a roam itself, so I don't think it's out of Joybaj's hero pool as well, honestly. So this isn't something that completely doesn't work for them. One Punch is trying to steal away this purple buff, though. Joybaj in a bad spot, going to get knocked up. Mobazane able to secure the first turtle, though, as LaimiTop only get the purple.
That's right, but Mobazane on the flip side, I think with that turtle and going for the purple buff of his own up against LaimiTop, and they're going to be late to respond to that.
Yeah, so purple for purple plus a turtle. BTK already leading by about 6,000. Assault in a bad spot. Yuna going to get the dash. Yuna Cutie picking up the kill. Mobazane going to get a little bit of gold plating off of this. One Punch trying to come in. Close him off. Golem making his way through the bush, trying to be a little bit sneaker with it. Mobazane getting pushed, forced to use the dash. Golem trying to dash in as well. Zane in a bad spot. Yin Yang overturn connects, and down goes Mobazane.
That's a nice pick off from them to be able to find a kill onto Mobazane here on that Yi Sun Shin. Just like that, we're kind of talking about some mistakes being made there, would have to be made for them to be able to find Mobazane, and they capitalize on one right there. So he's going to take a death nice and early in the game after a pretty confident start there. Like I said, pick up that turtle, up the purple buff as well for the trade, but then also giving up his life. And One Punch has not suffered a death just yet, so maybe helping him out in the farm, but he is still down a level here up against Mobazane.
It's very true, and I think, I mean, he's been able to outfarm, he's been able to get the turtle, and One Punch and the rest of Gang have been, for that pick off, for a little bit there, they were kind of moving around as a unit, which in a sense I think kind of slowed down One Punch. They tried to steal that purple, they did steal the purple earlier, but still, this is Zane's prime. He's so comfortable in his rotations, so I think for a while we're going to see him farmed a little bit faster than One Punch.
Right, with the aggression.
Big pick plus another kick. ISO able to pick up the kill on Amar. Down goes Golem as well. The worst mage going to fall next. A double kill over to ISO there. Tower going to be brought low, and they should be able to take it.
And you know what? I just got to see a wind of one of my favorite emotes here from Joy Vibes, the coach and Brody emote. So clearly they're feeling good right now. And you know what, Trex? They really turned things really quick. They're down 2k gold if you're looking at LaimitTop's economy just off that quick engage, and then the tower to be picked up by BTK. So maybe a mistake in the bot side, but a recovery in the top side.
Most definitely, Yato going to be kind of hanging out. Wait a second, Golem looking for a possible play as well. A lot of trouble for Unicutie. Force use a flicker, but still picked off. One Punch getting it with the decimation. Yato will get found out here. Gonna have to back off. Him and JoyBaj, the dynamic duo once again, trying to get a position over this turtle. As Worst Mage and Golem also try to get a position of their own. It's 3 against 4. BTK in a weird spot. One Punch has found it though. Mobazane trying to close the distance as well. JoyBaj goes down and Mobazane takes the turtle. Yato on the run though, able to dash through the wall, getting overturned, comes in, connects. Yato still escapes. ISO walks into pure death, but able still escape with his life. Zane wants more. The final blow comes in and Zane goes down. Unicutie now in a bad spot as well. Will get taken out by Mar. It's a 2-for-0 trade. LaimitTop coming out on top.
I'm gonna try to put the smile on your face right there, Trex. And now they're pressuring even onto the mid tower, and it's just JoyBaj left alone to defend. And I don't think he's gonna be able to hold this back. They still have the cannon minion, and we might even get to see a bot side tower taken as well. So 2 towers uncontested for LaimitTop, and just like that, they're keeping themselves in the game.
Yeah, they're going to be able to, I mean, at that point, they closed the gold distance, right? Somehow BTK still has about a 500 gold lead. They do take that top tower, so they're still hanging in there, but LaimitTop definitely putting up a fight here. And like I said, it's tough for Mobazane to dash in. Doesn't matter how good you play at the hero, you have to dash in to get that passive proc, and that is a big problem. But Golem going to get procced himself, knocked up into the air, and taken out. JoyBaj and Yato able to secure that kill. Zane working on the purple buff. One Punch looking for Yato here, but a killing spree goes over to ISO, picking up Mar there, and a tower.
That's that combination that we were talking about, was the Cho and the Kadita there. We saw it even able to burst out Golem on this Eda. So right now, it doesn't matter whether it's a squishy target or one of those beefier front lines. It's all prey for the side of that combination that coming out from BTK. And another kick here, Trex.
Now One Punch is trying to hunt down Zane, but he might get hunted himself. Doesn't have the decimation, will go down. Yato picking up the kill. Minions still coming down the mid side though. BTK needs to work a little bit on their macro if they want to keep up this pace.
That's right, definitely do need to, but you know what? Ooh, Trex in the jungle.
Why macro when you can get kills, bro?
Why macro when you can micro, right?
In comes ISO, looking for a nice sidestep. Golem gonna get knocked up, taken out, kill going over to Yato. Yato looking for another one. Has the way of the dragon, waiting for the right target though. Decides not to use it and back off, but Minions still coming on that bot tower. Mobazane working away in the third turtle though.
It's going to be an easy pickup from him after they pick up that kill in the mid on Golem. And right now, Trex, LaimitTop, an uncomfortable position. They're down 4k gold, and here comes the posturing for BTK.
Oh, Yato looking like JoyBaj with that kick. Knocks him out. JoyBaj knocks him up, takes him out. BTK with the recalls, feeling dominant in this game.
You know something, Trex? I don't know about you, but maybe Yato and Joy are kind of better than each other individually on these picks, because like you said, Yato looking like JoyBaj, but JoyBaj also looking like a very clean Yato on the Kadita. So what a swap from BTK, and it's definitely performing and definitely beating the expectations right now.
Yeah, they're feeling comfortable right now, I would say. They're feeling good about themselves. They got a nice lead. They can get a little crazy here, and what better team to get crazy against than LaimeTop? Golmo is going to find Mobazane here. They're looking for the kill. Yin Yang overturn, able to delete him. Down goes Mobazane. Out comes a big barrage from Mar. ISO and Yato force one away, but wait, Yato gets a kick. ISO looking for the finish, but can't get it. The decimation finishes Yato instead. But in comes Yuna, final hit. Mar goes down. Assault 1 looking for someone as well as Yuna Cutie picks up one punch. JoyBaj now trying to re-engage. Knockup does come down to Assault, and Yuna Cutie picks up the double. Worst Mage now in a very bad spot. Forced to dash away, but BTK still come out on top in that team fight.
Definitely coming out on top. For a second there, it looked like LaimeTop was putting a stop to the shenanigans of BTK, but again, experience winning out, and the dragged on fight, especially coupled up with a nice flank there from Yuna Cutie on this R line, able to enter into the backline with the final slash. But speaking of entering the backline,
ISO. What is, bro? ISO. ISO. I get it.
Isolated.
Isolated. Feeling isolated. Anyways, Mobazane versus One Punch. Here comes Yato though. Wait for the knockup, the kick, the hit, the takeout, and a little bit of overkill from JoyBaj, but they secure the kill.
And I have to tell you, Yato's been on the end of quite a few of these kills. Honestly, that Cyclone coupled up with the Shunto, it looked like he slid his way over to that kick. No wasted movements at all, but a concealed play from LaimeTop.
Yeah, Golem looking for a possible pick off. Him and Worst Mage do have a combination there. You get the Yin Yang overturn, you get the knock-up, you get a whole lot of damage in return. But now Golem in a bad spot, drops the Zamon's force. ISO picking up another one, make it a triple! Make it a triple! Let me say that again, once more. Mobazane takes the Lord, and now they're going to move on to this mid-tier tower.
Oh man, and BTK making a mockery of LaimeTop right now. The disrespect coming there from the BloodThirstyKings, and now they're looking for the push here. Trex, another fight.
Yeah, One Punch going to get taken out. Yuna Cutie picking up the killing spree. It's 19-8, about an 8,000, 7,000 gold lead from inside of BTK. And Yato comes in with the way of the dragon. Assault going to get knocked off rough ways to get some more chip damage. And Mobazane looking for the finish. Does dash away. He knows the Appraisal's Wrath is there, and that's a lot of damage still. ISO going to pick up to make a kill. Dash in, find another one.
Wow.
On to Golem. Now Yato going to back out, but his Bond's force is still down. Slowing down the minions. Lord trying to cash in as Mar pops the Nabir's fast and melts down as much as possible. Yato being ever so aggressive into that back line, zoning for his team. ISO jumps in. Zamon's force looking for more, looking to drop some more teammates. Yato wants to finish the tower, but he takes a hit to the face and goes down anyways. But ISO don't care because he's getting the monster kill. Mar falls. One Punch might be next, but he's able to pick up the kill against ISO. Now Yuna under the tower. The tower finally goes down. Yuna looking for the finish, take it out, shut down, double kill for One Punch.
I don't even know if BTK knows what mode they're playing anymore. Are they in a tournament match or a brawl? It feels like it's been non-stop action from them. They have been asserting dominance. Trex!
Oh. Yeah, that happened. Another one down. Another
MSC.
MSC.
Oh man, BTK looking to punch a ticket to playoffs, maybe the grand finals, and possibly MSC with this gameplay here, Trex. It seems like BTK, like we talked about, have completely flipped the script.
Yeah, BTK is angry, I would say. They're coming in this hostile. How dare you be late to our game? Mobazane taken out by Mar, though. BTK, though, looking to finish this quick and want to go have a nice early dinner tonight.
Definitely, and right now, man, this might be exactly what BTK needed. A little bit of a momentum boost or swing, you can say, in this fight, but look at Yuna.
Yeah, Yuna in a bad spot, but he feels comfortable. I know he's sitting at 4-3 and 6, but when you have 24-12, you can do things like this, even when the KDA doesn't look great. But the real KDA, we got to focus on JoyBaj as the mid, 5-1 and 10.
Yeah, honestly, Yato and JoyBaj have been insane in general as the 1-2 combination. And at first it was a joke, but I really think these players are excelling at the other's champ, maybe at the expense of ranking status for who's number 1 and number 2 on each of them respectively. But it's magnificent to see that it's even capable of both of these players to be able to do what they're doing. JoyBaj, the roam for BTK, excelling in the mid lane for BTK. It's all, you can't even tell the difference right now. If you had the same names for all these players, they all had the same uniform name, I honestly couldn't tell you which one was JoyBaj or Yato right now.
Yeah, I mean, Yato's definitely running it down. I would say I think this is about the only roam he's really skilled with, but still, to be making these kicks, to be making these plays, it's definitely very hot. Yato gonna force him away though. Yuna able to push Assault away. Out comes away the Dragon, trying to get the finish onto Assault. Zane dashes in, gets the final hit, and down goes Assault 1. On the backside though, Joybosh is taken out by the Worst Mage. Don't know how that works, but the Worst Mage takes out one of the best. Next, BTK gonna move up to the top side. Zamon's force drops. Zamar taking a lot of damage. Will be deleted. Zane gonna find that kill. Next is gonna be Golem on the chopping block. Yato able to secure it himself. The Lord still coming for against 2. 10 minutes on the death clock for Assault 1.
Lord have mercy, Trex. It all started with Assault 1, but he wasn't the only one to get assaulted as 3 members got sent to the ER room from the side of LaiمیTop. Oh,
ISO, chill out. Don't do it. He did it. Worst Mage goes down, and Assault's looking low. BTK want to end this quick. One punch will be the next to fall. It's nothing but Assault and the Lord at the base. BTK takes the win. 2-0.
wow.
Victory!
That was another clinical performance, our second one of the day. And you know what, Trex? Honestly, maybe we should just give that match advantage over to the side of LaiمیTop, because they could have used the wiggle room, because BTK choked the flames out of any potential from LaiمیTop being able to secure a win in this series.
They came in moving and grooving. They were just, like you said, it was like a brawl. They were fighting. They had a blast. Even though they were taking deaths, I think they just felt they knew they had a mechanical advantage over LaiمیTop. And whether that went to late game, mid game, early game, whatever, they just knew. It's like, it's okay. Even if you even out the gold, we feel like we're going to be able to beat you off straight mechanics. And that is exactly what they did there.
Absolutely, and mechanically sound. I mean, you can see it on the scoreboard, doubling up on the kills there up against LaiمیTop, who tried to keep swinging with BTK, but were receiving some mean punches. They were getting isolated, ISO baited, and you know what? I have to tell you, that man was insane. 11-2-10 on the gold lane. Harith really makes you wonder, is a marksman even needed anymore when you have something like Harith in the hands of ISO there, because he was just turning it up a notch up against LaiمیTop. Looking at him here into the tower, finding the triple kill. What more could you ask from your gold laner?
Yeah, he was definitely just being a monster. The flicker, Zamon's force drop into the midst of all of them. Comfortable enough to be able to do that. Definitely making some huge statements. Now, I know Mobazane's the rich guy, the carry, and the forgotten one, but honestly, ISO, 29% damage, a little under Mobazane, but still with some insane plays in that game overall. If I had to pick who was the flashiest MVP, it'd definitely be ISO, making some things happen.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything up for discussion there when you're talking about who stood a little above the rest there. I mean, the KDA speaks for it. And I think if you ask LaiمیTop who their biggest issue was, they would say the same thing. It was ISO.
Feeling isolated. Anyway, no, but definitely a great game. BTK able to come through.
Woo!
Game 2, game 1. Either way, Mobazane on the YSS, so it was a lot of fun to watch. Yato, though, on the Cho with some of those kicks was just insane as well. And as we moved forward into this game, even though the Worst Mage and Golem tried to make some plays happen, it just wasn't ever enough.
It was not enough indeed. But speaking of enough, running out of time there, we're going to pass this over to Xina, and she's going to let us know who the MVP for this match was.
What a way to end the night. Nice to see Mobazane bringing out a damage jungle. And Harith wreaked havoc in his lane and throughout the whole map. But the series win goes to the ever-popular BTK, and the MVP, our most popular Mobazane, which he carried. What do you guys think of the MVP?
I mean, he definitely, like we saw in the stat sheets, he had the most damage. It didn't exactly feel like it, but he did technically have the most damage. He did make some plays happen, but again, the plays that made me go wow were ISO and Yato, honestly. But Mobazane, a well-deserved MVP.
Okay.
Deku agrees.
Yep.
Xina, how do you feel about it?
I'll rock with you.
Hey, say, I mean, he helped. He had like a whole bunch of assists, you know, if he wasn't there. So I'm sure that would have changed the pace of the game, you know? I'd say.
Changed the course of history there, huh, Xina?
Yes. And we are ending today with sweeps across the board with Ackerman and the Ohio Brothers and BTK taking the win from the others with these sweeps. Sweeping it under the rug. Our current standings is the Ohio Brothers taking first still, second BTK securing their spot, third Ackerman, and fourth, Fallout moved up.
Currently. But
Currently.
Empire does have less sets though still, so I think Empire still anyways.
Okay.
We'll see a leaderboard later on this week, I'm pretty sure.
Alright, interesting. And for our next week, we'll have the Empire going against Ackerman, BloodThirstyKings against Fallout, and Area 77 against LaimiTop.
Definitely gonna be some hype series next week.
Yeah. I'm so excited for him too. And now it's time to end the show, guys. Let's thank our amazing casters, Trex and Deku, for their awesome play-by-plays. Do you guys have any final words?
Coach Deku
And Trex Cast
are here to bring you
the ultimate casting experience
by combining as one for the semifinals.
with the ultimate fusion,
Coach
Trex.
Ada! Their power levels are over 9,000!
Ah!
And thank you everyone for watching and spending your Sunday with us. We hope all of you have a wonderful upcoming week. And you remember
this is our last time casting if you don't see us in semifinals. If you don't see us in semifinals, this is our last time casting on.
But y'all aren't going to let that happen.
It was a pleasure, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Maybe we'll see you in the semifinals. I don't know. Who knows? Xina, it's a pleasure casting with you as well. Much love to everybody.
Yes, we
Ada.
we hope you all have a wonderful upcoming week, guys. And we hope to see you next week for some more amazing matches. Goodbye, everyone.